Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku was a dimension hopper lost in the world of Quirks? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku flies out from the portal face first, slams heavily into the earth, and lets out a sharp scream when his arm snaps. He rolls onto his side and cradles his arm against his chest, trying to regain his breath. His arm doesn't really hurt, not yet, but Izuku heard it break. He knows that the pain will be excruciating in a couple of hours, but if he's in a place where medicine isn't capable of healing him, then well, he'll be screwed more or less. At least until his portal gun recharges. At the moment though, the adrenaline in his veins is numbing the break, so he pushes himself upright with his good arm and pulls his phone from his pocket. The interdimensional GPS tells him that he's landed in a copse of trees just outside of the capital city of Japan. When he zooms in, he sees indications of skyscrapers and roads, which means that this world is modern enough. What he doesn't see is the red glow that would symbolize nuclear waste, which is a relief. He's safe enough here for now. Who knows how it's different from his own world, though? Each dimension comes with its own set of rules. It's a good thing that Izuku is quick to adapt, otherwise he would never have survived this long. As carefully as he is able, Izuku makes a makeshift sling out of his jacket and settles his arm into it, praying that his circulation isn't cut off. He's about an hour away from the city, and if he needs medical attention soon, then he won't be able to get it until it's too late. Just in case, Izuku removes his interdimensional portal gun and checks the battery. It's powered by solar energy, so it will recharge, but right now it's dead as a doorknob. 1 charge per week. He sighs and stuffs the portal gun back into his bag, leaving the battery exposed to the sunlight. The trek to Tokyo starts nice enough. He landed early in the morning, around 7 if his phone is accurate, so it's still nice and cool despite it being the middle of summer. As he continues on, however, the adrenaline that was numbing his arms slowly wears off, sending bolts of pain shooting through his whole frame. He grits his teeth and soldiers on. He's been prepared for stuff like this, after all, but he still has to take several breaks to try and clear his head. This world looks much different than his own. Obviously World War III never happened, judging by the peaceful state of his surroundings. He sticks to the side of the road as he walks, peering back at the people who look out from their car windows at him. Izuku must look as strange to them as they do to him. He's still wearing his own clothes, a black bodysuit, and his bright green jacket is pulled into a sling at his chest. But they're driving cars, which is odd to him because cars were discontinued after the climax of the Third World War. By the end of the journey, Izuku is covered in sweat, gasping quietly for air and biting his tongue bloody so as not to scream. He almost cries in relief at the sight of the gleaming metal buildings, hoping to God that this is a friendly dimension. The last thing he needs right now is a plague or something. He's not in any shape to run away. Izuku's just wondering whether he should stop someone on the street for where the nearest hospital is when he happens upon a crowd. They're all whispering amongst themselves, staring intently at something on the street, and Izuku frowns at the sight of them. What on earth are they doing? After a moment of deliberation, Izuku taps the nearest person on the shoulder. They turn around, and Izuku momentarily loses his voice. The person has scales on their face. Maybe it's a medical condition? Problem? The person asks, not unkindly. Izuku quickly averts his eyes, wondering if his injury is causing him to hallucinate. I was just wondering, what's going on up there? Oh, the person says, and Izuku quickly looks up again when he hears the excitement in the person's voice. He also pales a little when he realizes that the man also has a forked tongue. What the F dash? All Might is just fighting a villain. All Might? Izuku wonders aloud, and that's when weakness washes over him. He stumbles to the side, reaching for support that isn't there, and instead drops to his knees. Hey kid, you alright? The person sounds alarmed. He kneels down in front of Izuku and checks his eyes, frowning deeply. You're pretty gray. Broke my arm, Izuku says after a moment. His vision is fuzzing at the corners and there's a headache pounding merrily away in his temples, a sure sign of dehydration. Not only that, but the pain in his arm has become all-consuming. He's not usually in the dangerous habit of throwing himself at the mercy of complete strangers, but just this once he'll have to make an exception. Oh geez. Here, emergency services is already here. I'll see if they can take you to the hospital with the other victims. The man tosses Izuku's good arm over his shoulders and pulls him to his feet. Izuku does his best to help, but it's difficult when his legs are wobbling like broken supports. They make their slow way to the front of the crowd, the man politely nudging people aside as he goes. Izuku gradually begins to notice something odd about the crowd. Some are like the man pulling him along, with animal features. Most barely look Japanese, with their brightly colored hair and their wide range of skin colors. He stares at all of them, seriously considering the fact that he may have gotten a concussion on his way in, even though he didn't think that he'd hit his head. Then they make it to the front of the crowd, and Izuku sees All Might for the first time. And he finally understands. A man stands before him in a brightly colored bodysuit of red, gold, and blue. His hair is bright blonde, his eyes half hidden in shadow. He is tall and broad, and his muscles ripple beneath the fabric like he's some sort of sculpture of a Greek god. But probably his most prominent feature is his wide stretch of pearly white teeth, his smile, never fading as he punches his enemy in the chest and sends him flying. The people around him go wild, cheering and clapping for the man like he's a superstar. Even the man supporting Izuku starts cheering, and that is when Izuku realizes what's going on. In this world, people have powers. In this world, there are FING superheroes. They take him to the hospital and fix him up within seconds. There's a lady who lays her hand on his arm and suddenly the pain goes away. Another guy comes up and does the same, and then there's a chilling snap as Izuku's arm puts itself back together. He stares at them in bemusement, because they have superpowers. Literally every single person here has superpowers, and it is FING wild. Wait until he gets home and tells his mom. He's gone to some pretty weird places, but none of them have ever had heroes before. Okay, can I go? Izuku asks the nurse as she makes a couple of notes on her clipboard. They had to cut through the sleeve of his bodysuit to get to his arm, which he's not too happy about, but he can always cover it up with his green jacket. I'm afraid not. The nurse says absent-mindedly. You were at the incident with All Might and that guy from the League of Villains, correct? Everyone who was injured is being questioned. But I wasn't really involved? Izuku tries to reason. They were separate incidents. I broke my arm before all that happened. The nurse looks up and shrugs at him blithely. Listen, you were on the scene and Detective Tsukachi wants to question all the injured. It shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes, and then you're free to go. It would look worse if he continued to argue, and the last thing he wants to do is draw attention. Izuku lets his protest die in his mouth and sits back against the pillow, preparing himself for the questioning. It's unlikely that this Detective Tsukachi will ask too many prying questions, but he should be ready regardless. He's not a good liar as it is, but he's even worse with a headache. While he waits, he closes his eyes and goes over what he knows about this strange new world. Things he knows. Superpowers. No Third World War, and as a consequence, no nuclear winter. Superpowers. People are weirdly friendly. Superpowers. He's been in dimensions that haven't had the Third World War before, and hadn't that been a shock? Everyone had been so kind to each other, like they weren't fighting for every meal that came their way. But at the same time, the waste had been incredible. Those people had wasted food and resources like they thought they would stretch out forever. On the opposite end of the spectrum, he's been in dimensions that were racked by a different kind of disaster, accelerated global climate change, plague, the like. And they were all just as bad if not worse than his own, which was saying something. But this was quite literally the first time he has ever been in a dimension where people have superpowers. It doesn't feel good. He's having a hard time wrapping his head around it. He's broken out of his thoughts by a polite knock on the door, and Izuku jerks for his weapon for a second before remembering that this world is mostly safe. At the very least, people aren't going to be attacking him in his hospital room. He forces his heart rate back down to an acceptable level, smooths his features out, and calls, "Come in." Detective Tsukachi is, up to this point, the most normal human being Izuku has seen in this world. He's got pitch black hair and dark eyes, and his skin has the same dark tan as most Japanese people do back at home. Izuku relaxes slightly at the sight of someone so familiar. "Hello, young man," Tsukachi says politely, removing his hat from his head and tucking it against his chest. "My name is Detective Tsukachi. I understand you were at the incident today?" "Yeah." Izuku responds quickly. "But this is kind of a big misunderstanding. I didn't break my arm during the villain fight. It happened beforehand." "Ah, I see." Detective Tsukachi nods understandingly. "Then this won't take too long. I just need to ask you a couple of routine questions." "Of course," Izuku says, relieved. "So, did you see anything unusual?" Detective Tsukachi asks, flipping open his notebook. "Besides the dude with the scales? Besides all the people with animal features?" Izuku thinks, but only says, "No. Like I said, I only showed up after the end of the fight." Tsukachi frowns and looks up, staring at Izuku with his kind, dark eyes. "You didn't see anything having to do with the League of Villains?" "No." Izuku trails off in confusion. Why is the detective looking at him like that? Tsukachi stares at him for one poignant second longer, before humming and making a mark in his notebook. "And how did you break your arm exactly?" Izuku has had this answer prepared already. He puts on his best sheepish face and says, "I fell out of a tree. It's kind of dumb, I know." Tsukachi looks up at Izuku again, his eyebrows furrowing into a deep V. He says, "What were you doing in that tree?" And now Izuku is really confused. "Does it matter? Just answer the question for me, please." Tsukachi's friendly, distant voice has focused into a sharp point. Now a little bemused, Izuku shrugs and says, "I don't know, I just wanted to climb it." "Listen, is there a reason you're asking me all this?" He knows that he's starting to look a little flustered, but he has no idea why his answers are bugging the detective. It's not like the man is a lie detector. Detective Tsukachi fixes him with a very serious look and sits down carefully in the chair next to Izuku's bed. "The reason is that my quirk is that I know when people are lying." "Well, shit. Or, maybe he is a walking lie detector. But wait, hold on. Maybe this can be used to his advantage. So if I'm telling the truth, you'll believe me?" Izuku says slowly, giving the detective a searching look. Tsukachi seems to hear something in his voice, because his expression shifts to wary. "Well, just because you think it's true doesn't necessarily make it true. Some people believe wholeheartedly in their own delusions and—" Yes. Izuku waves off the concern dismissively. He has ways of proving his story. "But you'll know that I'm telling what I believe to be my own truth?" "Yes." Tsukachi admits, eyeing him suspiciously. "Cool," Izuku says and takes a deep breath. "My name is Izuku, and I'm from another dimension. I traveled here using my interdimension portal gun. I'm looking for someone who stole tech from my dimension and bolted." Izuku is deeply satisfied in the stunned expression on Tsukachi's face. Because it sounds like a tall tale, it sounds so goddamn fake that most people laugh in his face when they hear it. The rest of them just called him crazy and called the police on him. But Tsukachi can't laugh or call him crazy, because he knows that every single word that comes out of Izuku's mouth is true. Or not a lie, at least. Tsukachi looks pale as he says, "Well, you certainly believe very strongly in your own delusions." Izuku grins because he has the detective now. "Not a delusion. Right now I'm wearing a bodysuit that can imitate 3 different types of fabric." He touches the control panel in the cuff of his right wrist, and his black bodysuit turns into a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. Izuku then takes his portal gun out of his bag and says, "This is my portal gun. It runs on solar energy and I built it." Tsukachi looks very hard like he does not want to believe a word that's coming out of Izuku's mouth. Unfortunately he has to, as he knows that Izuku has been speaking nothing but the truth. His knuckles are gripping his notebook so hard that they've turned white. Izuku has had a variety of reactions to admitting that he was a dimension jumper. The first person he told claimed that he was making fun of her and refused to talk to him ever again. The second called him crazy and tried to send him to a mental hospital. Since then he's only told a couple more people, but their reactions have pretty much been the same. Except for now. Izuku loves this dimension, because Detective Tsukachi has a quirk that can't let him deny what Izuku is saying. It's perfect. You're serious? Tsukachi says. Dear God, you're serious? Izuku nods smugly. As stage 4 cancer. Poor Tsukachi looks even more confused by that statement than anything else Izuku has said so far. As what? Izuku winces. Sorry, slang from my dimension. Tsukachi leans back in his chair and stares at the ceiling, his hands limp on his knees. And as pleased as Izuku is that someone finally believes him, he also knows that this is a lot to take in. Tsukachi is clearly an intelligent man, but even he's having trouble wrapping his head around the fact that Izuku is from another dimension. So, Tsukachi says after a moment, gripping the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. So, you're from another dimension. Yes. Izuku says. The truth feels wonderful. Tsukachi lowers his hand and finally looks Izuku dead in the eyes. His expression is hunted and a little wild. You said, you're here because you're looking for stolen tech? Yeah. Izuku hesitates, then decides to go for it. In for a penny, in for a pound. You wouldn't happen to know anyone who's like, ridiculously overpowered, would you? He'd be quasi-immortal, super smart, kind of a massive D-dash. Anyone like that ring a bell? Tsukachi stops looking so freaked out. He blinks a couple of times, frowns, and then leans forward in his seat. I have a friend that we should include in this conversation. You know someone like that? Izuku asks excitedly. This is the first lead he's gotten in 5 years. 5 long years of jumping from dimension to dimension, of spending wasted days in mental institutions. 5 long years of imagining the kind of damage that man is causing with his technology. If there's a guy like that here. Yeah, Tsukachi says slowly. Yeah, I think I might. 30 minutes later, after a rather confusing car ride Izuku has never ridden in one before, and he spent almost 10 minutes trying to figure out how to roll down the window, Izuku and Tsukachi are sitting at a coffee table in a cozy apartment, tea rapidly cooling in front of them. Their host is one of the most unusual people Izuku has ever seen. He's tall, probably around 7 feet, but he's also skinny, like a famine victim from Izuku's dimension. If Izuku's being completely honest, being in an enclosed space such as this is making him twitchy and nervous. There's only 2 exits that he can easily reach, the front door in the hallway, and the window in the back that leads to the rickety fire escape. It's a discomfort he'll willingly submit himself to, however, if it means he can track down the man he's been hunting for the past 5 years. Even so, his fingers don't stray far from the coiled whip at his side. Just in case. Yagi-san, Tsukachi says calmly, this is Midoriya Izuku. Yagi is obviously confused, but he's too polite to voice it. That, or he's used to Tsukachi bringing random strangers into his apartment. He nods his head and says, it's a pleasure. No, the pleasure is all mine. Izuku responds, bowing in return. At the very least, manners seem to be consistent across all the dimensions. If a dimension is civilized enough to retain manners, that is. Great. Now that we've gotten all the pleasantries out of the way. Tsukachi gestures to Izuku. Midoriya-kun, if you'd tell him what you told me? Izuku gives Tsukachi a wary look. Because is that really a good idea? He's used to people not believing him, and he's pretty sure that Yagi doesn't have a truth-sensing quirk like the detective. But Tsukachi has proven reliable thus far and he seems to trust Yagi, so Izuku swallows down his protests and tells him, I'm going to go a bit more in depth, just warning you. Tsukachi's expression flickers from nonchalant to surprised, but Izuku has already turned toward Yagi. He looks the man across from him dead in the eye and says, I come from a dimension where quirks never came to be, and the Third World War ended in a nuclear winter. There is a long, stunned silence following his words. Even Tsukachi, who had at least had known a little about Izuku's origins, looks gobsmacked. I guess that got their attention, Izuku thinks wryly. He gives them a second to recover their wits before launching into the rest of his story. That's not the reason I'm here, however. Almost 5 years ago, Someone from my dimension stole advanced technology and escaped into another dimension with it. I've been trying to track him down ever since. He levels a nod toward Tsukachi and ignores the way that Yagi's jaw is working frantically. Detective Tsukachi, you told me that there's someone here who fits the description. Quasi-immortal, super smart, and kind of a massive D-dash. This is correct. Finally Yagi, who has been buzzing in his seat for the past minute, shoots up. Wait. He turns to look incredulously at Tsukachi. You believe this? Tsukachi jerks his chin. He's telling the truth. That's... Yagi looks furiously at Izuku and then says furtively, as though determined to pretend that Izuku is not in the room, you told me yourself, just because someone's telling the truth doesn't make it true. It could just be their truth. Tsukachi crosses his arms and orders, Midoriya-kun, show him the technology. Izuku obligingly turns on his bodysuit and changes it from neutral to denim for the pants and a soft cotton for the t-shirt. Yagi takes a step backwards in shock, but is prevented from going any further by the couch behind him. He doesn't seem to care, though. In fact, as soon as the back of his knees impact the cushions, he sits down hard. He stares at Izuku, face pale, jaw sagging. And then he says, "What?" Izuku pulls his backpack around to the front of his body and pulls out the portal gun. This is what I used to jump dimensions. Yagi's face gets even paler, if possible. What? And then he coughs. Izuku shoots backward in his chair when blood splatters across the smooth hardwood in front of him. He stares at the bright vermilion droplets, horrified, before ever so slowly dragging his gaze up to Toshinori's face. For a second, no one speaks. Izuku swallows hard. Are you? He's fine, Tsukachi says quickly, and before Izuku can respond he pulls a tissue from his pocket and begins mopping up the mess. He's got a stomach injury, this is normal for him. Oh, Izuku says blankly, and lets himself sink back into the chair. Oh. Yeah, Yagi says, and his eyes are quiet and watchful on Izuku's face now, despite the hand rubbing stray blood away from his mouth. In that split second where Izuku had leapt out of his chair, he had seen something or he thought he saw. Something. Izuku can't tell which. I'm sorry for scaring you. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku can see that the detective is watching him too now. DMN perceptive people, Izuku thinks bitterly. He doesn't say anything in response to their silent questions, just looks away and nods shortly. Anyway, you said that you knew someone who fit the person I was describing? Tsukachi hesitates for a second, like he's thinking about asking, but says instead, yes. Yagi-san, I think the person he may be describing is All for One. After all, why would he ask? They don't know each other. They met about 40 minutes ago in a cramped hospital room. Tsukachi doesn't have a reason to give a DMN about Izuku, and vice versa. Yagi starts, turns to stare at Tsukachi. What? It makes sense, Tsukachi insists. All for One is far more powerful than any person on the planet, ever. He's apparently incapable of dying, has a multitude of quirks in his control, has no apparent weaknesses. You can't tell me that something like that is natural. Yagi opens his mouth a couple of times, but nothing comes out, like the words have gotten tangled together on his tongue. Finally, for lack of anything else, he turns back to Izuku and says, There's no technology from your world that would allow someone to steal quirks from another person, right? Well, Izuku begins carefully. Keep in mind, there's no such thing as quirks in my world. So it really depends on what quirks are. Are they made of energy? Are they biological? Well, Tsukachi trails off and shares a sheepish look with Yagi. We really don't know. Izuku furrows his eyebrows incredulously. What do you mean you don't know? Wouldn't the development of quirks be considered a really big thing? Wouldn't a lot of people be dedicated to studying it? Not that necessarily, Tsukachi hedges. After the development of quirks, things kind of fell into chaos. The development of science took a back seat to bureaucracy. Humanity had to quickly figure out where and when it was appropriate to use quirks, and how to control them if necessary. There's only been a resurgence of interest in the scientific field relatively recently. He shrugs. All we know is that if you're missing a certain joint in your pinky toe, then you have a quirk. That's Izuku stares at Tsukachi, then at Yagi, and tries to understand a world that's not completely invested in science. He thinks about his childhood, about being raised on the knowledge that science was the only god in his universe that he needed to know. He can't imagine a world where that is not the case, where mutations of the body and world around him are treated as nothing more than insignificant quirks. Regardless, Yagi says, unceremoniously interrupting the beginning of Izuku's nervous breakdown, did this person steal any technology that would potentially allow him to steal energy or biological functions from other people? Izuku forces his mouth shut, forces himself to stop thinking about it. This isn't his world, after all. He's not going to stay here, so he doesn't have to worry about the foundations on which it is or is not built upon. It's hard though, it's so hard. He wants to ask again, how can you not know? How can you not want to know? Instead he bites his lip and turns his attention to the task at hand. Did he steal any technology that would potentially allow him to steal energy or biological functions from other people? Finally he says, short answer? Yes. Tsukachi asks, a touch wary, and a long answer? Izuku scrubs his face with his hands, balling up his frustration and stuffing it into the back of his mind. I don't know. Technically he left the dimension with technology that could steal biological energy from other humans, and theoretically he could integrate that energy into himself, but with so little information I can't accurately say that that's even possible. He looks away and rubs his thumb and his pointer finger together. I just don't have enough information. Tsukachi and Yagi look at each other. Yagi does a complicated motion with his eyebrows, and the detective shrugs one shoulder. For the life of Izuku, he can't seem to figure out what the meaning is supposed to be. He's tired, his arm still aches a little, and his stomach is beginning to throb with the telltale signs of fatigue. He jerks when he realizes that his eyelids are beginning to droop. Okay, Tsukachi says, I think that's enough for today. We can pick this conversation up tomorrow. Agreed. Yagi nods and rises to his feet. Midoriya Shounen, do you have a place to stay for the night? Oh, Izuku realizes, rousing with the knowledge. They were communicating about me. I can figure something out. He can't, but he's not about to reveal that little tidbit to two perfect strangers. He's lying, Tsukachi says bluntly, and oh shit, Izuku forgot about that tiny detail. He has no idea where he's going to stay tonight. He must be more tired than he thought. Well, what do you propose? Izuku can't help but demand, cranky. I'll just not stay in the forest. I've had worse. No way are we letting you out of our sight. Tsukachi responds tartly. I'm sorry, but I'm not taking that risk. I'm not a flight risk. Izuku argues. Tsukachi pauses, obviously able to sense the truth in Izuku's words. For a moment Izuku thinks that he has the detective. But then the man shakes his head, slowly at first, but with growing fervor. Regardless, I won't have a kid sleeping in a forest on his own. It's not right. They're all quiet for a second, stuck in an impasse, unwilling to be the one to break it. Or well, Izuku's far too tired to make the attempt. His eyelids keep drooping without his permission, and that couch behind him is beginning to look very comfortable. He can stay at my place. Izuku and Tsukachi react at the same time with varying amounts of disbelief at the statement. What? Yaisen, are you sure you'd be okay? He'd be okay? Izuku demands, his words tumbling over Tsukachi's in his haste to speak. What about me? Yagi lifts a hand to stop them. To Tsukachi he says, I'd be fine. You forget who I am. Izuku glances at Tsukachi, whose face colors oddly with embarrassment. At Yagi's words. Then he turns to Izuku and says firmly, there's a lock on the guest bedroom door and the window, and I don't have a key. You're welcome to test it out yourself. He hesitates, then walks over and lays a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. You'd be safe here. Izuku bites his lip and looks away, folds his arms over his chest and shakes the arm from his shoulder. He doesn't know these people, much less trust them. He's gotten through the past 5 years by not trusting people. Except you've trusted these two with the truth, he has to acknowledge, glancing up at them from underneath his fringe. He doesn't like it, of course not. But they seem somewhat genuine, And he has other ways of defending himself beside his whip. If things really go south, he can just smash through the window and escape, their knowledge of the thief be damned. That would be devastating. To come so close, to have been given hope now after so long. I accept, he says finally, fixing Yagi with a look that he knows is uncomfortably intense. I am in your care. To Izuku's surprise, Yagi doesn't fluster, only smiles and nods back. Made of sterner stuff, Izuku thinks, reluctantly impressed. Unbidden, his mind flies back to Tsukachi's cryptic comment. You forget who I am. Tsukachi looks between the two of them, incredulous, as though he didn't quite mean for things to get quite so out of hand. He must see that the matter is completely settled, however, because he sighs and scratches at his hair. I suppose that this is the best option, he relents, tugging on his hat. Izuku freezes when the man points an accusing finger in his direction. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, do you understand? Yes, sir, Izuku says, smiling cheekily. Tsukachi narrows his eyes, then nods and turns to Yagi. Always a pleasure, Yagi-san. I must get going, however. It's been a long day. Yagi smiles and leans against the wall, hunching his shoulders so that he looks much smaller than he actually is. It looks practiced, Izuku notes. Have a safe journey home, Tsukachi-san. The detective nods and is gone. There is a second of silence as they stare at each other, suddenly uncertain what to do now that they're alone. Izuku shuffles, biting his lip. He knows what he needs to do, but can't decide whether or not it would be rude to ask. No way to know unless I say something. You have a computer? Yagi JRKS. Whatever he'd been expecting, it wasn't that. What? A computer, Izuku repeats, his smile dipping into apologetic. If I'm going to be of any help, I'll need to be able to do research on this world. Yes, of course, but... The other man hesitates and tilts his head to one side, eyebrows furrowing. You're really from another dimension? Truly. Izuku immediately drops the smile, annoyance ghosting through his mind. The problem is he doesn't really have time to waste on pleasantries. If there's the smallest possibility that the thief is here, with his cache of stolen technology, Izuku needs to be able to understand how it interacts with this unfamiliar world. With Quirks? Yes. I can bring Tsukachi back if you like. I'm sure he'd be happy to confirm my words. Yagi obviously notices the sharp edge in his words, because he quickly holds his hands up in a placating gesture and grimaces. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just curious. It's not often I get someone from another dimension in my apartment. Izuku laughs and rubs the back of his head sheepishly. Don't worry about it. It was pretty weird for me too at first. Yagi grins back and nods at one of the closed doors. That's the office. The computer is unlocked. Izuku smiles gratefully. Thank you. Then he adds, because he knows he probably seems impatient and rude and paranoid, and thank you for letting me stay with you. I really appreciate it. Traveling where I go. He grimaces. Kindness isn't that common. Yagi gives him a startled, odd look. Of course. Izuku shuffles his bag from his shoulder and begins rummaging around inside of it for one of his flash drives, which is programmed so that it's compatible with almost every port in the known universes. He has almost all of his files on the stolen technology on there, and it would be nice to have a reference when he's researching. Even though he's intimately familiar with their construction, he doesn't always remember which items do what. He finds it, closes his bag, and rises to his feet. Then he notices that Yagi is still standing on the edge of the room, gaze distant and thoughtful. He doesn't appear to notice that Izuku is still there. Is there something I can help you with? Izuku asks cautiously. Yagi blinks and shakes his head, lifting a hand to scratch at his temple. Sorry, just got distracted. Do you mind if I ask, how many dimensions have you traveled to before? Izuku shifts from foot to foot and glances at the door to the office. He really should be researching, but he supposes he has time for one question. Not that the answer is an easy one. He had kept count in the beginning, but after around the third year he'd given it up as a lost cause. Everything had just blurred together and lost all meaning, just a smear of unfamiliar worlds, unfamiliar people. I don't remember, he responds honestly. I lost track after 200. Yagi closes his eyes for a second, as though Izuku's words had caused him pain. Izuku doesn't really understand why, though. It's not like traveling from dimension to dimension is boring. "Excuse me," he mutters and heads into the office. Later that night, Izuku wakes up to a familiar pain in his belly. He groans and rolls out of bed, sweat beading down his temples. He must have forgotten to take his pills in the earlier hubbub. Stupid, he tells himself. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Izuku pushes himself onto his elbows, barely able to make out the clock with his vision twisting and doubling like it is. 2 a.m. Yagi has to be asleep. As long as Izuku is quiet on his way to the bathroom, it shouldn't draw any attention from his host. Small mercies. Izuku grips the side of the bed with one pale, shaking hand, and pushes himself upright as best he can without uncurling from around his stomach. Every movement is a test of will, and he trembles as he rides out the waves of pain. Not that far, he tells himself, blinking sweat out of his eyes. Come on, Izuku. Come on. He leans heavily against the wall as he limps to the door, unlocks it, and disarms the traps he'd added as a precaution, and steps out into the living room. The floor is cool beneath his bare feet, the lack of light soothing on his fractured eyes. He can make out every detail around him, despite it being completely dark. The bathroom seems incredibly far away, but he forces himself onward, inch by taxing inch. It feels like he's got weighted chains on his feet, and his breath comes up raw and harsh. He finally makes it though, collapsing with an exhausted sigh against the toilet. Just in time, too, he thinks as his stomach lurches, and he empties the contents into the bowl. He doesn't have to look to know that it's bloody. He really shouldn't have forgotten to take his pills. Izuku pulls his pill case from his pocket and swallows them one at a time, washing them down with the tepid water from the sink. Lucky, the effects are almost immediate. It takes only a couple of minutes for his mind to clear and the ache to fade from his stomach. His vision is the last to settle, giving one last woozy warp before calming, giving him a perfectly normal view of a dark bathroom. He lays against the sink for a second, staring dully at the wall over his head. He knows that he's extremely lucky to have found this lead. Because even though the pills had done the job, that attack had been far worse than the last he'd experienced almost 3 years ago. I'm running out of time. But that's nothing new, so he washes the ugly taste out of his mouth and goes back to bed. Izuku spends the next few days in Yagi's apartment, familiarizing himself with the new world. There's a lot to delve into, far more than he suspected. When Yagi and Tsukachi had said that there's very little research being done on quirks, what they really meant is that people were far too busy trying to kill each other to do anything else. Izuku can sympathize with that. Bottom line, apparently there had been riots and more or less civil war for a century or so before things finally calmed down, and actual laws were made for control and regulation. That's probably also due to the fact that people with quirks were beginning to outnumber people without quirks. Something else Izuku makes sure to note is that the first quirk came to be around the same time most of the universes diverged, just before World War III started in Izuku's universe. It just confirms what he's been thinking, that quirks were the catalyst for the new universe. Every dimension has one, a catalyst that would make it splinter off from the original timeline. The biggest part of the mystery to Izuku, anyway, is how that first quirk evolved. Izuku isn't so sure that evolution is the correct answer, but literally every scientist in the world seems to be saying it, so that's the school of thought he was going to subscribe to. For now. As far as he can tell, there had been no need for quirks. Humanity had been chugging along as it should. Then suddenly bam! Glowing baby! There'd been no need for it, no radiation soaking the atmosphere, no asteroid pulled from the sky, nothing. If there's one thing that Izuku's learned over the years, it's that there's no such thing as change without reason. But he shies away from the idea for the moment. He wasn't there all those years ago, so he can't make even somewhat informed guesses. He does have suspicions, though. Instead he researches, paws through the deepest corners of the internet, trying to find every trace of that man. Finally, almost 3 days after he first landed in this dimension, he calls Tsukachi and Yagi back to him. I have some answers, he tells them without preamble. You look awful, Tsukachi says, frowning. He turns to Yagi and narrows his eyes. Have you been keeping an eye on him? I make sure he eats, Yagi says defensively. You know I can't be there all day though, I have to go to work. I have papers to grade. Izuku rolls his eyes. These people seem to think he needs babysitters. How quaint. I'm an adult. This is far from the most grueling research I've ever done. Rather than looking reassured, Tsukachi just looks even more aghast. You're in your 16. Nuclear winter, remember? The average lifespan in my dimension is 30, so I've technically been an adult since I was 12. Izuku responds dryly, trying not to feel annoyed about it and failing. He knows intellectually that these people live for ages so they wouldn't really get it, but still. At least he's not 11 anymore. Trying to convince people that he was someone worth listening to back then had been tedious. Tsukachi is quiet for a second, and even Yagi, who's been asking probing questions whenever Izuku wandered by for the past few days, looks gobsmacked. Izuku flicks his hair out of his face with an exasperated sigh, and decides to start talking again before they start acting even weirder. So as I was saying, I have some answers. Izuku throws his pad of notes onto the table. The thief is definitely here. The century of unrest when Quirks first came to be has him written all over it. And a lot of events afterward, but that's the most obvious. Also, I was able to find some pretty distinct nuclear echoes that signal the use of the stolen equipment. He had stared at his sensors, stunned, when those results had come up. Despite the fact that Tsukachi had mentioned that the thief's presence was possible, it wasn't like he had actually expected for a definitive answer. He'd gotten false alarms before, so here, now. Yagi glances at Tsukachi, whose eyes are still glittering with something that's making Izuku a little nervous, and then picks up Izuku's notes. He blinks, frowns, and begins flipping through them, page upon page of detailed descriptions and equations that trail off into nothing and Midoriya Shounen, this is illegible. Izuku asks and then realizes. There's probably kanji they wouldn't recognize, as well as random English and Portuguese interspersed throughout. I forgot. You probably won't be able to read that. The Japanese in my dimension has mutated a lot. Tsukachi and Yagi share yet another uncomfortable look, and then the latter throws the pad back onto the table. I guess we'll take your word for it, Tsukachi allows. Izuku blinks in surprise at the sudden show of almost respect, an oddly swift 180 from his earlier attitude. So can you? I don't know. He scratches his head, clearly out of his depth but determined to work past it. Track him down? Or something? Again, this is another yes and no answer, Izuku says, grimacing apologetically when Yagi deflates. My sensors can tell if the tech has been used in a dimension before, and it can tell me the general area, but it can't give me exact coordinates. Especially if the usage is spread out over a wide area and amount of time. He quirks his lip. I can assure you that it's been used in Tokyo for almost 300 years, however. If Yagi had been standing up, he would have needed to sit. Instead he rocks back in his chair and stares at his hands, hard. Izuku thinks he can sympathize. He knows what it feels like to finally get answers to questions you've asked for years, burned yourself over for years. Yagi looks like that now. And if Izuku had been looking in a mirror, he's sure he'd look the same. Watching the other man carefully, Izuku says, if he's who you say he is, then do you have any idea where he might be? Yagi is quiet for a moment, still staring at his folded hands. Tsukachi is giving his friend a look halfway between careful and concerned, and he seems like he wants nothing more than to reach out. He doesn't. Izuku watches the both of them, wondering if they'll finally tell him what's been bothering them so much. Finally Yagi tears his gaze away from his hands and stands up. He's taller in this moment than he's been in the last few days, and not just due to his insane height. There's a presence to him now, and Izuku blinks up at him, shocked at the difference. I don't know where he is right now, but... Izuku lets out a shout of surprise and throws himself backward as smoke explodes from Yagi's frame, filling the room up to the brim. He frantically covers his mouth to try and block the gas, knowing it's a fruitless attempt, but he has to try. He catches a whiff anyway, and it takes him a couple of seconds to realize that there's no acrid tang in the air. It's scentless, more like steam rising from hot water than anything else. But then he completely forgets about the smoke, because an enormous shadow emerges from the smoke where Yagi used to stand, seeming to fill the whole space with sheer size alone. Izuku shoves backward in his chair, panic sending alarms through his brain, trying to escape whatever the hell that is, but he freezes a second later when the shadow lets out an awfully familiar laugh. And there he is. All Might standing where Yagi once was, blue eyes hooded with shadows, 2 strands of vibrant blonde hair curling over his face. Izuku had seen this man when he was doing his research. How could he not? The latter half of this century had been all but defined by this man, this symbol of peace who had reduced crime by sheer presence alone. A small voice hanging onto sanity in the back of Izuku's brain pulls itself together long enough to remember Yagi telling Tsukachi, "You forget who I am." Well, now he understands. But if you stick with me, all for one is sure to come to you. Yagi no, All Might finishes. You're All Might. Izuku says faintly, still propped up on his arms from when he'd been trying to escape. He would say that he should have known, that there was some sign indicating this stunning truth, but there was nothing. He'd literally had no prior evidence of this conclusion, and he absolutely hates it. How is he supposed to figure anything out when impossible crap like this happens? Tsukachi is looking toward the ceiling with a long-suffering look on his face, his hands folded loosely over his knees, ignoring both Izuku and Yagi. Then he lets out a low, deep sigh, drops his head, and scratches wearily at the side of his head. So much for secrecy. He was going to find out. All Might rumbles defensively. No, Yagi. No, hell, he doesn't know. Stop. Izuku says, holding up a hand. He's not just addressing the 2 others in the room, he's also trying to halt his brain, which is spinning along wildly, trying to fit this new information in with all the old. Stop for a second, you were. He takes a deep breath, the words getting caught on his incredulity. You were much smaller. All Might asks dryly. Yes, I was. This is the result of my quirk. Is it a transformation quirk? Izuku presses, but his brain is dismissing the idea before All Might can even respond. From what he's seen of videos of All Might and the technical definitions he'd picked up from the internet, they're not quite the same. But before Izuku can even get the next sentence out, All Might quickly says, yes, it's a transformation quirk. Izuku stares at him, shuts his mouth. His eyes flicker to Tsukachi, who is smiling serenely at nothing at all. All Might is lying to him, based on both his research and the fact that every nerve in his entire body is crying foul. That is absolutely certain. Not only that, but Tsukachi the lie detector isn't saying anything, is just letting All Might lie, which means he's in on it too. Izuku didn't expect them to be fully honest with him, that would be ridiculous. But this is the first time they've tried to catch him in such an overt fib, which means it's serious. And it hurts, just a little. He'd been hoping that he could be completely honest with them, and they would be completely honest with him. He should know better, though. Hardly anything in his life has ever been easy. This is no different. It takes everything he has not to tense up, to scream at them that they're lying. Instead he forces a smile on his face and says, all right, then. Tsukachi is a brilliant liar, that's for certain. He doesn't relax at Izuku's words, doesn't change anything about his face or posture. On the other hand, All Might is terribly obvious, so much so that it almost makes Izuku cringe. The other man lets out a quiet sigh of relief and deflates, tension bleeding out of him like water from a sieve. Anyway, Yagi continues as though that whole thing hadn't happened. Stick with me and you'll find him eventually. He's your what? Izuku can feel one eyebrow raise. Arch nemesis or something? Yagi turns to glare at the detective when Tsukachi coughs into his hand. More or less, the detective says after he finally stops coughing. He's been after, well, people who hold the status as symbol of peace for years. Izuku notes the stumble but doesn't address it. He has a feeling it has something to do with Yagi's quirk. Someone who reduces crime rate just by existing, right? Precisely. Tsukachi leans forward in his seat, confirming what Izuku had picked up from his research. Ever since Yagi-san became a hero 20 years ago, crime rates have dropped significantly, and we know that it's primarily due to him. Izuku sits back, blinking. He hadn't really given it much thought before now, but the only people he can think of that even remotely compare from his universe are the great scientists who have had a hand in preserving the human race. That's not a lot of pressure. It's not, Yagi cuts in, looking uncomfortable. You're right, Midoriya-san. Tsukachi says pointedly without looking at Yagi. Something akin to annoyance radiates from every word. It is a lot of pressure. Oops. Looks like Izuku poked a hornet's nest. Regardless, Izuku cuts in hastily. I understand. I'll follow you diligently then, and we should be able to catch the thief together. His lips twitch up into a nervous, experimental smile, silently begging for them to drop it. Yagi and Tsukachi glance at each other, as though they're thinking about continuing anyway despite Izuku's obvious discomfort. Then Yagi removes his hands from his hips and sits back down, and Tsukachi sighs and looks away. The only problem, Midoriya Shounen, Yagi says, politely, is that I'm a school teacher. I'm not sure it would be wise to have. Tsukachi obviously decides that being a part of the conversation is wiser than holding on to his grudge, because he turns back to them with a scheming light in his eyes and says, but hold on, that's perfect, isn't it? Midoriya-kun, we could claim that you're a student visiting from one of the other schools. Izuku thinks about that for a moment, then shakes his head. Are you sure that's a good idea? Yagi-san only teaches certain classes, right? I won't be able to stay with him at all times. But you'll be in the same building at all times, Tsukachi points out. You and Yagi can share phone numbers and stay in contact throughout the day. The campus isn't that big. Yagi and Izuku look at each other, the former with a note of trepidation, the latter thoughtful. What do you think, Yagi-san? Izuku asks finally. Yagi shifts uncomfortably. Well, no offense Midoriya Shounen, but you're from another dimension. Are you so sure you can blend in with the other kids? Oh, don't worry about that, I can figure it out. Izuku shrugs dismissively. It wouldn't be the first time he'd gone undercover in a dimension, just the first time he's had allies helping him. I'm asking if you think it's a good idea. Yagi's jaw works silently, as though he's trying to come with some argument against it but can't. His shoulders slump in resignation. I really don't have a better idea, he admits. Well, that's settled then, Tsukachi says almost cheerfully, clapping his hands together. Now we just need to run this by Nedzu. Oh right. Yagi says faintly, suddenly going pale. I forgot about that. Nedzu? Izuku asks, blinking in confusion. He's, Tsukachi wrinkles his nose. A very intelligent rat. That only serves to befuddle him even more. Yagi rubs the back of his head uncomfortably. You'll understand when you meet him. That was a rat, Izuku hisses in alarm, tugging frantically on Yagi's arm. I didn't think you guys were being literal. Yes, he's a rat, Yagi whispers back calmly, though his eyes do a quick scan of the hallway around them, like he's afraid someone's listening in. And he's a very intelligent rat who has ears everywhere, so try to keep it down, will you? Sorry, Izuku mutters and steps away from Yagi's side. Despite being an actual, literal rat, Nedzu had believed Izuku's story, although all these people knowing his secret was making him a little uncomfortable. He was supposed to retain some amount of anonymity. Now what? Well, your first day of school is tomorrow, the older man says thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. We'll need to get you some school supplies and some old textbooks, to at least put up a pretense of the story being true. School supplies, Izuku repeats. He hadn't really thought about what it would mean to become an exchange student at a hero school. He's suddenly remembering that it means, schoolwork, socializing. With teenagers. Right. Yagi looks down his nose at Izuku, vaguely amused. I tried to warn you, Izuku puffs up his chest and rallies. He will not be defeated by another dimension's version of piddly math. He's been studying abstract mathematics since he turned 9. No, it's fine. I'll be all right. Yagi huffs out a laugh. Well, all right then. Welcome to UA, Midoriya-kun. Do you have everything? Yagi asks, hovering awkwardly in the doorway. It's obvious he has no idea how to approach the situation at hand, that situation being that he's taking a kid he barely knows to school. And who isn't even a kid, strictly speaking? I think so, Izuku says, taking pity on him. I've never been to a conventional school before. You need what? Pencils and notebooks for every class? Highlighters and such? That seems kind of wasteful, but Izuku keeps his opinions firmly to himself. It isn't like this is his world. He'll leave as soon as he retrieves the stolen tech. It really isn't any of his business. Yagi nods, oblivious to his train of thought. You'll be able to get lunch at the school, so there's no need to pack one. Do you need a calculator? Izuku frowns at the unfamiliar word. What's a calculator? Yagi stares at him as though he's just claimed the sky was red instead of blue. Then he says faintly, "It's nothing, never mind. Come on, let's go." That's not suspicious at all, and Izuku wants to ask what rattled him so much, but Yagi is already walking out the door. Izuku scowls and hurries after him, hiking his backpack up on his shoulders. He'll just look it up later, when he gets back to the apartment. The ride over is a quiet, tense one. Yagi keeps shifting uncomfortably in his seat, glancing over at Izuku when he thinks he's not looking, and then focusing with forced attention back on the road. Izuku tries not to let the man's nerves get to him, but it's difficult. This isn't the first time he's ever gone undercover, but it is the first time other people have known who he is at the same time. The fact that it's only 3 people doesn't actually make it any better. He feels too exposed. I'm just going to be observing the training exercises, right? He clarifies, the heavy silence getting to be too much. Yagi jumps at the sound of Izuku's voice, then relaxes his death grip on the steering wheel. That's correct. Your supposed quirk is an analytical one, so you'll be expected to give pointers to the students after training exercises. He looks dubious even as he says this, like he's uncertain as to whether or not Izuku has the capacity to fake the illusion of such a quirk. Izuku rolls his eyes and presses his cheek to the glass, allowing himself to indulge in a moment of childish brooding. Tsukachi and Yagi have accepted that he has authority when it comes to technology and the thief, but they're still treating him like he lacks the maturity to pull off espionage. The most irritating thing is that if he were any other 16-year-old, they would be right, so he can't blame them for it. Izuku's phone beeps, breaking him from his thoughts. He pulls it out and checks the screen, blinking in surprise at the message there. He forgot to take his pills, again. Good thing he carries an emergency package with him wherever he goes, but still. Do you have some water? Izuku asks, not wanting to swallow them dry if he can help it. They're pretty big. Yagi hands him a water bottle, then watches with fascination as Izuku breaks open the little vacuum-sealed pouch and tips his medicine into his palm. He swallows them one at a time, taking large gulps of water every time, and finally swipes his hand over his mouth to get rid of excess water. It's quiet again, and Izuku sets the half-empty water bottle in the holder. Yagi glances at him again, then back at the road, like he wants to ask but can't quite work up the courage. Izuku wonders at the odd behavior. What were those? He asks after a minute or so of that. Izuku's eyebrows shoot up, but he answers honestly, medicine to suppress the symptoms of a variety of different things, primarily the acute radiation poisoning. Yagi jerks, and the car swerves a little. Izuku grips at the handhold above the door, suddenly becoming hyper-aware of the fact that he is in a tiny metal box, on a road with dozens of other tiny little metal boxes whose drivers may or may not be paying attention. Watch the road. Izuku hisses, terrified. Radiation poisoning? Yagi demands, seeming more alarmed by those words than the fact that he almost killed them both. These people's warped priorities. He wails in his mind but only says, well, nuclear winter, remember? Why do you think the average lifespan is 30? Yagi's hands tighten and untighten on the wheel, the leather creaking with the strength of his grip. But you're not there right now. It's not affecting you even now, is it? If it were as simple as that, we would have evacuated to another dimension a long time ago. Izuku responds drily, relaxing his fingers from the handhold and wincing at the echo of an ache in his joints. The problem is that the radiation has saturated the entire Earth, including all the people. It's in us. We can genetically engineer away the mutations that the radiation causes all we like, but we don't have the technology to remove it from our cells entirely. He pauses, flexing his hand, then adds, "Or at least we didn't. We still don't, I guess, but the technology exists." Yagi furrows his eyebrows. "Is that why you're trying to track down this thief? Because he stole that technology?" Izuku nods. "Among other things. Everything he took was medical, though." He grits his teeth at the memory. It was meant to save lives. They're both quiet for a moment, Izuku flexing his hand and getting progressively more set off the more he thinks about the thief, Yagi contemplative. "So why did they send you?" Yagi asks slowly, rolling the words around in his mouth like he's trying a new flavor that he quite likes. "Why didn't they just rebuild everything?" Izuku stares at him. "I'm sorry. Don't they still have the blueprints?" Yagi's warming up to the subject now. He's obviously given it quite a bit of thought. Why do they need to send a random 16-year-old on a wild goose chase across dimensions for something they can just remake? It would probably be faster too. And Izuku, to put it lightly, erupts. He was angry already, thinking back to the thief and how it all went down, and Yagi's words have just thrown more fuel onto that fire. He's so angry there's red spots on the edges of his vision and nausea curdling in his gut. "You think we didn't think of that? You think I didn't think of that? Well, let me tell you we did. We thought about using up more of our precious few materials to recreate everything that had been stolen, materials that are desperately needed by the population for things like, food and stuff. Important medical procedures. You think resources like that grow on trees? You think we have your kind of plenty? But let's pretend, for just a second, that we wanted to do that." Yagi pulls the car over to the side of the road, visibly shaken. "Midoriya Shounen," he whispers. Izuku ignores him. "All the blueprints and research was stolen as well, putting us back a year, at the very least. Probably two. And meanwhile people are dying all the while, from either starvation or cancer or whatever. People's lives are on the line while we sit around reinventing the same thing we just FNG invented." Izuku slams his hand against the dashboard, furious with Yagi and the thief and himself for letting the theft happen in the first place, and the solid pain it elicits sends him crashing back into reality. You could hear a pin drop in the car. Izuku is suddenly, mortifyingly aware that he just screamed at someone who was trying to help him, who had only been irritated on his behalf. He begins. "I'm sorry, I just—" "No," Yagi says quickly but quietly, carefully respectful. "No, you're right, I was making assumptions without thinking." Izuku sighs, deep and low. He makes sure his voice is perfectly level before he says, "The reason we chose this option is because time is weird when you're traveling from dimension to dimension. It's been 5 years for me." He twiddles his thumbs, staring down at his cracked skin. "It'll barely have been a week for them." "Okay," Yagi responds quietly, but doesn't say anything else. Instead he puts the car into drive and eases back onto the road, looking as though he's just aged 100 years in a span of 2 minutes. They sit the rest of the trip in silence. Yagi eventually drops him off at the front of the school with a stern reminder to carry his visitor's ID with him wherever he goes. Then he puts his foot to the gas, leaving Izuku on the front steps of the school. Izuku can't say he's sorry to see him go, no offense to Yagi, but the awkwardness that lingered after their brief, heated conversation had been stifling. Izuku turns to look up at the school, nervously squeezing the straps of his backpack at what he sees. It's enormous, easily 3 times as large as the biggest building, still in use that is, in his dimension, and that's just the main building. He's seen schematics of UA online, and he knows there are several other buildings associated with the campus nearby. There's a persistent susurration of voices above it all as students filter in. It's intimidating, overwhelming. Izuku feels uncertainty touch his mind, but he shakes it off before it can take hold. This place is huge, the people unknown, yes, but he's closer than he's ever been to his goal, and has allies besides. He hefts his backpack higher onto his shoulder, and marches inside. No one gives him a second glance as he goes, which he finds strange at first, before he remembers the size of the school. There's an average of 20 people in each class with 11 classes total. That's about 220 people per grade. There's bound to be students on campus who'll never have crossed paths with each other. Relieved by the idea of that anonymity, Izuku ducks his head and quickens his pace, following his mental map to the class he'll be joining for however long it takes to find the thief. Unfortunately, his obscurity disappears the second he steps into the classroom. 20 pairs of eyes find him like a homing beacon. He shifts uncomfortably before shuffling fully inside, closing the door carefully behind him. Some people look away after he takes up position beside the front desk, apparently deciding that he's not worth their interest. He still wants to wither up under the gazes that are left. It takes sheer force of will to not step back when a couple of the students finally approach him. There's a girl with bubblegum pink hair and skin, and a boy with electric blonde hair and an odd black streak running over the top of one side. He's still having trouble comprehending all these weird hair and skin colors. Quirks are glorified superpowers, so why is it changing their appearances so drastically? Who are you? The girl asks, leaning casual sort of grace against the desk nearest him. She's shorter than him by a couple of inches, and her grin is so rakishly charming that it has him blushing on instinct. The boy, apparently content to play sidekick for the moment, leans against the desk across from her, unintentionally, or intentionally, blockading the path. Izuku feels a little boxed in, even though he knows he can just step sideways and around to the other side of the front desk. They're just kids, he reminds himself stubbornly. I'm a student visiting from another school. He takes care to soften his voice, make it shy and demure. Hopefully a skittish personality will make people less likely to interact with him. Midoriya Izuku. The girl grins even wider and sticks out her hand, just as pink as the rest of her. Except for her eyes. Oddly enough, there's pitch black where the whites should be, and her irises are amber, bright with intelligence. I'm Ashido Mina, she introduces, pumping his hand. This here is Kaminari Denki. I can introduce myself, the boy says, but his voice is light and playful. He stands straight up and jabs a thumb into his chest, like he's a character out of one of the old manga that Izuku used to read. The name's Kaminari Denki. Nice to meet ya. Then he sticks out his own hand and shakes enthusiastically. How long will you be here, Midoriya? Midoriya shrugs, feeling off balance by the vitality of the two of them after so long of being around weary adults. I'm not sure. My dad had to come out here for work, so whenever he finishes, I guess? It's a flimsy response, and Izuku inwardly winces, wondering if they'll notice it. It completely flies over their heads, however. Cool. Ashido says. Looks like you're stuck with us for a while then, huh? What's your quirk? Kaminari butts in. Mine's electrification, see? He lifts his hand and lets little bolts of lightning hop from finger to finger. Izuku stares at it, bemused, and wonders if Kaminari's body is made of conductive or resistant material. If he's made of conductive material, he could grow up to become a very dangerous, very deadly assassin. Izuku says, pulling himself out of his dour thoughts. I have an analytical quirk. Whoa, cool. Ashido leans forward. Like how? Is it specific? There's far too much noise, a tired voice says, and Izuku feels his shoulders tense as someone comes up behind him. He turns around and meets the tired, dark eyes of a man who's wearing what appears to be a black jumpsuit. He's not surprisingly normal, compared to everyone else Izuku has met so far. Settle down, everyone. Ashido and Kaminari scramble to their seats, leaving Izuku swaying beside the desk, feeling as though he's just been hit by a friendly storm. The man, probably the homeroom teacher Aizawa Shoyuda, gives him a half-sympathetic, half-unimpressed look. Visiting student, right? Why yes. Izuku's voice cracks a little, and he winces and brings it down an octave. Yes, that's correct. Midoriya Izuku. Save the introduction. Aizawa responds gruffly but not unkindly. You'll be giving it to the class in a minute. He nods toward the back of the classroom. Your seat is behind Shinsu's the kid with purple hair. Not the one who looks like he has grapes on his head, the one who looks like he hasn't slept in a week. Izuku finds the aforementioned boy at the very back of the classroom beside a girl with dark hair pulled into a high ponytail. The purple-haired kid, Shinso, is staring out the window, cheek cupped in his hand. Sure enough, there's a desk set up unobtrusively against the wall in the corner behind him. Izuku nods slowly. Aizawa continues. Come talk to me after school, we'll discuss how much homework you're expected to complete. Homework? Izuku doesn't let the disgust show on his face, though. Aizawa turns away, apparently dismissing him, and calls out, Hey, listen up. The class shuffles and whispers into silence, watching Aizawa with wide, innocent eyes. Izuku studies their faces one at a time, wondering at the strangeness of lives untouched by hardship. This is a visiting student from Kyoto. I'm sure you'll all make him feel very welcome. Aizawa sounds a touch wry at that. Please introduce yourself. Izuku does as he's told, observing the reactions from the other students at the same time. His name doesn't spark any sort of recognition from them, which is a relief and a disappointment all at once. The chances of his mother or himself being alive in another dimension has always been 1,000 to 1 chance. But he's met his mother before at least, but his fake quirk does elicit some reaction. Some students perk up, notably the girl in the back with the black hair, someone who, oddly enough, has a bird head, a punk-looking girl with long earlobes, and the boy with the purple hair and the tired eyes Shinso, Aizawa had called him. The looks that most students send him as he passes by are benign, curious mostly, except for a boy with startlingly red eyes and sandy blonde hair. He glares as Izuku passes by, surprisingly belligerent, like he's thinking about starting a fight right there in the aisle. Izuku avoids his gaze, mostly because he's not interested in provoking the kid. Classes pass slowly, and Izuku dutifully writes down everything the lecturers say, just in case he'll need to do homework about it. He especially pays attention during classical Japanese and history, since he knows approximately nothing about those two topics in this universe. He almost falls asleep in math, though it's all stuff he taught himself before he turned 10. Between classes, he surreptitiously checks his phone, just in case he's gotten a message from Yagi. He mostly keeps to himself, and the other students give him a wide berth, with a few notable exceptions. After first PRD, Shinso twists around in his seat and gives him an odd, 1,000-yard stare. Ah, Izuku says. It's then that he notices that the black-haired girl has also turned around, though her gaze is far less intimidating. Hello, she says, smiling warmly. Hi, Izuku says, relieved that she said something normal he can respond to. Shinso is still staring intently. So, analysis quirk. Shinso says, apropos of nothing, raising an eyebrow. How does it work? Izuku's eyebrows shoot up, but the words come easily. He practiced this one. Well, I can't pull information out of thin air, if that's what you're asking. I need to have information before I can analyze it, and the more information I have, the more deeply I can analyze it. I specialize in quirks. Yaoyorozu is nodding even before he finishes talking. That makes sense, she says thoughtfully. Do you think you could give, her eyes dart to Shinso and away again, well, I can't speak for Shinso-kun, but I would appreciate some pointers regarding my own quirk, if you wouldn't mind. Shinso waves a lazy hand. No, I'd like an analysis too, if you're doing them for free. Izuku is not surprised, but pleasantly so. He didn't anticipate the students approaching him, but it'll be good to establish some sort of rapport with those around him for as long as he'll be here. Of course, just give me as much information on your quirks as you can, and I'll work on it during my spare time. Yaoyorozu and Shinso both nod, the former with significantly more grace than the latter. They're interrupted from any further conversation by the arrival of the next teacher, a very loud man with bright blonde hair who apparently teaches English. After third PRD, Izuku is accosted by the other boy with purple hair, only it doesn't look much like hair, more like someone's glued shiny purple ball onto his head to be mean, and Kaminari again. They have strange expressions on their faces, ones that Izuku has difficulty placing but make him nervous all the same. So, the purple-haired boy says, slamming his hands on the desk in front of Izuku. You're from Kyoto, right? Yes, Izuku says slowly, suspiciously. The two lean in, and Izuku leans away in response. Any cute girls? The purple boy says. Just a couple feet away, Yaoyorozu's shoulders lift up to her ears, and she leans a bit more over her desk. Shinso lets out a quiet snort that is anything but amused. Izuku abruptly places the expression on his face, lecherous. Disgust ripples through him, and he gives Kaminari a disapproving frown. He'd actually kind of like the other boy, but this behavior is just demeaning. The blonde recoils a little as though Izuku has just slapped him, and his cheeks color a little. I really don't see how that's relevant, Izuku says coolly. He's not angry, not yet, but he's met people like this in other dimensions who don't have civilization to hold them back. There is nothing funny or cool about a man who doesn't know his FING boundaries. I'm sorry, I really have to make sure these notes are correct. He thumbs the pages of his textbook pointedly. Ah, come on, don't be like that, the purple kid whines, and the sound of it makes him want to shudder. Kaminari has perhaps sensed Izuku's mood, and is looking more and more uncomfortable. Ah, come on, don't be like that, sweetheart, echoes the voice in his head, low and gruff. Izuku observes the boy distantly, calmly. He pps his head to one side and says, "Is it your insecurities that make you objectify women, or your tiny d-dash?" Yaoyorozu claps her hands over her mouth, and her head makes a barely audible sound as it smacks into her desk. Shinso is less discreet, just throws his head back and starts laughing, like that's the funniest thing he's heard all day. Even Kaminari, who'd technically approached with the same intent as Mineta, looks like he's trying not to burst into laughter. Mineta is staring at Izuku open-mouthed. Horrified, Izuku stares back impassively, unwilling to break eye contact, but he's inwardly bracing himself for the tantrum that's sure to follow. Luckily he's saved from it by the arrival of the next teacher, but he sees Yaoyorozu whispering hastily to a girl a couple of seats away, and by the end of next PRD the girls in the class are all sending him wide-eyed, approving looks. He's feeling pretty good by the time lunch rolls around. He's gained approval from Shinso and some of the other kids. Apparently gossip spreads like wildfire. Furthermore, Yaoyorozu had invites him to sit with her and her friends during lunch. He gets a meal from Lunch Rush, and how odd and efficient is that, having a cooking quirk, and scopes out the cafeteria. Yaoyorozu stands up and waves him over to a table with her and two other kids, both of whom he recognizes from their class. One of them, Todoroki Shudo, a handsome stone-faced boy with odd, two-toned red and white hair, says nothing besides a quiet introduction. The other is the girl with the long earlobes and the punky haircut, who grins at him sharply as she sits. "So you're the one who brought Mineta down a peg," she says, sounding monstrously smug. Izuku looks back at her blankly. "Who?" Todoroki's mouth is hidden behind his chopsticks, but Izuku thinks he sees his mouth twitch. The girl throws back her head and cackles, much like Shinso had earlier. "Oh, that's priceless," she gasps out. "Oh my god, did you seriously drag him that badly without even knowing his name?" Izuku finally remembers the encounter from that morning Grape Kid, right, and feels himself turn a bright red. He doesn't get the chance to say anything though, because the seat next to Izuku rattles, and a tired voice cuts in, "Yeah, actually. It was hilarious." He turns to see Shinso drop, grinning, into the seat beside him. He looks marginally less tired than he had earlier, like the call of food has woken him up a little. He immediately starts digging into his bowl of kitsune udon like he hasn't eaten in a week. "You're a Biasudi Midoriya?" the girl says, but the way she's grinning around his name makes him think it's not actually supposed to be taken as an insult. The hand she sticks across the table only proves this thought. "My name's Jirukyuka. Analysis quirk, right? Must be pretty useful." "Thanks," Izuku says, feeling a little overwhelmed by all the attention. Yaoyorozu smiles at him kindly, though, and Shinso is still chortling under his breath every couple of seconds, which makes him feel a bit better. It gives him the bravery to say, "I could do an analysis of your quirk, if you like." He gestures to Shinso and Yaoyorozu. "I'm already doing one for these two." Jiru blinks, and her grin softens into a genuine smile that wrinkles the corners of her eyes. "That'd be great actually, thanks. I didn't want to ask in case I sounded presumptuous, but—" "Don't worry about it," Izuku says, waving it off. He's beginning to enjoy himself, feel more confident now that these students have responded positively. "You're actually much more polite than some of the students back home." And then, because it's been bothering him for several minutes now, he turns to Todoroki and says, "Hey, Todoroki, right? Can I ask you a question?" Todoroki freezes. A bite of yakisoba just inches away from his mouth. His face doesn't change much, but he's obviously caught off guard, and Izuku feels kind of bad for putting him on the spot when he was so obviously content to listen in silence. It's too late to take it back though. He puts down his chopsticks and says, deadpan, sure. Is your hair a result of your quirk? Izuku asks. Or is it just a genetic thing? Todoroki just stares at him, eyebrows furrowing a little bit. It takes Izuku a second to realize that the other three are now staring at Izuku too, like he's just spoken in Greek or something. His confidence withers, and he nervously checks the front of his shirt, just in case he's dropped something onto it. What? He asks finally. Todoroki blinks and says, very slowly, I'm Todoroki Shudo. Christ, Izuku hopes that this kid isn't super famous or anything. The name, Todoroki, sounds vaguely familiar, but he's been doing so much research over the past week that it really doesn't mean anything. Is that supposed to mean anything to me? I come from Kyoto after all? Dude, Jiraiya says, more amused than anything, leaning her cheek against her palm. He's the son of the number 2 hero in the country. He got his butt kicked by the number 1 kid in the class on live television. He's like super famous. Oh, Izuku winces and laughs, a high-pitched wheezing sound. He's unsure of how he's supposed to recover from that mistake. Sorry? That I don't pay as much attention to current events as I should, I guess. It's official, Shinso says firmly. He's my new favorite. God, I only wish I had your level of casual disregard for the rest of the FNG planet. Then he clarifies to the rest of the table, as though daring for any of them to argue, I'm keeping him. I'll fight you for him. Jiraiya promises, pointing across the table with one chopstick. Izuku is utterly bemused by the fact that at least 2 people at the table are planning on fighting for the right to keep him. Yaoyorozu is smiling at the rest of them with calm dignity as though this is completely normal however, so obviously there must be some deeper cultural meaning to this that Izuku is missing. Then Izuku meets eyes with Todoroki, who he's surprised to find is still staring not with bemusement anymore, but something more contemplative. He can't get a read at all on that impenetrable gaze. He feels like he's trying to squeeze water from a rock. Experimentally, he twitches his lips up into a helpless smile. Todoroki blinks slowly back at him, like a drowsy cat, and then smirks. Then Izuku remembers that no, Todoroki technically hasn't answered his question yet. So, he prompts, unintentionally cutting through the playful argument going on over his head. Todoroki's smirk vanishes. Izuku's sad to see it go. He's not sure how he feels about this expressionless apathy, except that it reminds him of the way some of the kids from his world looked. The ones who'd lost their mothers and fathers, who hadn't had good enough scores to enter one of the accelerated programs and were destined for the labor force. Yaoyorozu gives her friend a look, concern cutting creases across her forehead. My quirk, Todoroki says, absently swirling his chopsticks around in his food. It's fire and ice. Oh wow. Izuku's eyebrows shoot up. He's still not entirely sure how the nature of his quirk relates to his hair, but there does seem to be a correlation in this world. It's a topic he would eagerly study if he were planning on hanging around. That's really impressive. Thanks, Todoroki mutters, eyes fixed firmly on a piece of vegetable in his bowl. Anyway, Yaoyorozu says, clapping her hands together lightly to get their attention. Izuku's gaze lingers on Todoroki for a second. There's something he's not saying, that much is obvious, but he allows himself to be distracted. It's really none of his business. They've only just met, and besides, this isn't his world. He has to keep reminding himself of that. Why don't we meet after school tomorrow to talk about the quirk analyses? We would be most appreciative. And if you like, we could show you around the area. You said you're unfamiliar with it, correct? Izuku stares at her for a second, shocked. He's a stranger. They've literally only just met. So why is she asking him to hang out, of all things? He looks for any sign of a hidden agenda, any indication that her kind words are not what they sound like, but he can't find anything. She's completely, utterly honest, without a hint of guile. That's a good idea, Shinso says after taking a long, deep pull from his water bottle. Izuku doesn't think that it's water, though. The liquid is a dark, rich brown, the smell pungent. He thinks it's coffee, although he's not entirely sure, considering he's never had it before. I need to get a new pair of gloves, anyway. We could stop by the equipment store. Jairu's eyes light up. Well, if we're going to go there anyway. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Yaoyorozu reminds them mildly. Midoriya-san, can you come? He really shouldn't. Like he said earlier, this isn't his world. He shouldn't get attached to these people, and besides, he could use the time for more important things, like researching the history of this world, or improving the search capabilities of his sensors. But he did promise to help them out, didn't he? Damn it. And it's just one meeting. I don't have a ton of time, Izuku hedges, wanting to be very clear on this point. But I guess I can come for a little bit. The others don't seem fazed, however. That's fine, Jairu shrugs. Here, gimme your number so we can get in contact with you. He obediently hands over his phone, and she fiddles with it for a second before passing it back to him. We'll add you to a group chat, savvy? She says, smiling. Who says that anymore? Izuku wonders, but nods all the same. He's not about to go around insulting the people who've welcomed him so warmly. To his shock, Shinso feels no such restraint. He raises a judgmental eyebrow and says, Savvy, Jairu? Really? Been watching too much Pirates of the Caribbean, have we? Shut up. Jairu says without looking up from her phone. I don't need this kind of slander from someone with such shitty taste in music. I think Shinso has fine taste in music, Yaoyorozu says diplomatically, but Izuku thinks he detects a hint of mischief behind that innocent smile. Ha! Shinso crows. Yeah, but Todoroki's on my side, Jairu insists. Right. She turns to look expectantly at the other boy. Todoroki, who hasn't said a word since he thanked Izuku, just raises an eyebrow and continues to chew solemnly on his food, unimpressed. So he does have a sense of humor, Izuku thinks, and has to duck his head to hide his smile when Jairu lets out an exclamation of betrayal. Izuku sits on the outskirts of the training area, watching the students work with fascination. He's not sure whether to be impressed or horrified at the sight of the child soldiers they're creating. And they may dress it up and call it being a hero to make it more palatable, but Izuku has been learning how to read between the lines since he was 5 years old. Apparently they've been doing exercises like this one all week, to prepare for their summer training camp a little less than 2 weeks away. It's more or less a capture the flag exercise, only with hostages instead of flags. The terrain is modeled after an urban city, and Izuku marvels at the fact that they can create whole fake cities just for an exercise. All Might stands nearby Izuku, supervising the whole simulation with a small, thoughtful frown. The hostages are, funnily enough, Present Mike and Aizawa. Present Mike is clearly having fun with it, wailing with over-exaggerated drama and being a general nuisance. His captors keep giving him annoyed, exasperated looks, like they're thinking of sticking a GG in his mouth. On the other side of the city, Aizawa is taking a nap, which while relatable, definitely takes away from the whole hostage image he's trying to present. Yaoyorozu and a boy called Ida Tenya are in charge of the two teams. Their styles are completely different from one another. While Ida is right there on the front lines, running back and forth waving his arms as he shouts orders, Yaoyorozu is back with the hostage, cool as a cucumber as she speaks quietly into her communication device. Izuku has pretty much figured out who's going to win by this point. Yaoyorozu is obviously a brilliant tactician, not to mention she has both Shinso and Todoroki on her team. Together, the three of them have some of perhaps the most overpowered quirks of the entire class. Shinso alone has taken out 3 members of the opposing team by quietly commanding them to go out of bounds. Ida is enthusiastic, yes, but his supposed trump card is the blonde kid who'd glared at Izuku in class, and he's completely unwilling to take any direction from the team leader. If Izuku were Ida, he'd cut his losses and quietly remove Bakugo from the team, or at least write him off as a wild card. Tokoyami, a boy with a bird head and a shadow that's able to move independently of him, seems to be much more reliable. That seems like the sort of thing he should write down. He carefully scrawls out his thoughts onto the paper, making sure that it's all Japanese instead of the mishmash of languages like he's used to doing. Yaoyorozu shouts a terse command and hands something to a boy with 6 arms. It turns out to be several flash bombs, which the boy uses to subdue Dark Shadow, and then Tokoyami himself. Well, he's pretty sure there's no way for Ida to salvage this now. Izuku carefully writes, T relies too much on Dark Shadow. Then he watches as Bakugo flings himself at Shinso. Shinso would probably have been finished, but Todoroki comes out of nowhere and creates a wall of ice between the duo. Bakugo screams something, Shinso says something in response. Then Bakugo, apparently forgetting himself, responds. In short order, the boy is trussed up like a Thanksgiving turkey and pushed aside. Ida almost salvages things. Apparently while the heavy hitters were distracting the strongest members of Yaoyorozu's team, a few sneakier ones, including an actual invisible girl, and Izuku pales at the idea, were flanking Yaoyorozu and the hostage. Unfortunately for them, Yaoyorozu made sure to keep Jairu at her side the whole time, and the girl is able to warn of the invaders. It's really just cleanup from there. Izuku keeps writing in his notebook as the students disentangle themselves from capture tape or return from wherever Shinso had sent them off to and start to gather. All Might's voice buzzes in and out hearing, white noise that he barely registers. That is, until All Might says his name. Izuku asks, looking up, pencil suspended above the sheet. Do you have anything to say about the simulation? All Might asks, raising his eyebrows. Does he have anything to say? Izuku closes his notebook with a sharp snap and tucks his pencil behind his ear. Some of the students jump at the suddenness of it. It was a lost cause from the beginning. Izuku says ruthlessly. That gives All Might pause. Izuku sighs and scrubs at his face, exasperated just thinking about it. First of all, no offense, but Yaoyorozu-san's team was overpowered. She had Todoroki-san, whose quirk is incredibly powerful and versatile, Shinsu-san, who can literally control people, and Jairu-san, who is virtually impossible to sneak up on. Let alone Yaoyorozu-san's quirk. Not only that, but Yaoyorozu-san established a rapport with the members of her team before the simulation even started. They listened to and trusted her. Izuku turns and nods to Ida-san, feeling a little guilty at the scathing review he's about to give, but not so much that he's going to stop. Perhaps Ida-san could have pulled it out. Tokoyami-san and Bakugo-san are also quite powerful, but his utilization of team members was poor. Ida deflates at that, biting his lip. Izuku is quick to clarify, not all of that was Ida-san's fault, though. Some members of his team refused to take orders and were more of a hindrance than a help. Some students take a step away from Bakugo, whose glower deepens when he hears that. The smell of burning sugar wafts through the air. Nitroglycerin? Izuku wonders. Must be how he creates the fire. Anyway, overall, Ida-san's team was less organized, and Yaoyorozu-san's team utilized their resources better. Izuku feels a smile welling up at the way All Might is going slightly cross-eyed. Diplomatically he asks, would you like me to get into specifics about the tactics employed during the exercise? I took notes on individual performances as well. The stunned silence that follows that declaration lasts for several seconds. Once All Might finally gets a hold of his shock, however, he lets out a strangled cough and says, that was correct, thank you. If other students have questions regarding the simulation, please consult Midoriya Shounen after class. To his surprise, a couple of students actually do come and talk to him once class has finished. Midoriya-kun, a voice says. He looks up from where he's seated at his desk and smiles at Ida Tenya, who's a good foot taller than him. His hair is still slightly damp from the shower he'd just taken in the UA locker room, and he's so stiff that it looks painful. Hello Ida-san, he says kindly. Would you like some advice regarding the exercise? Ida flushes but nods with vigor. I found your assessment to be informative, and I would appreciate any advice you could give me. Izuku gestures for Ida to sit in Shinsu's desk, which is currently vacant. Ida does so, every movement infused with a sort of enthusiastic decisiveness that Izuku isn't used to. Please don't take my words as insults. You have a good command of your quirk, and you definitely got very invested in the scenario. But you're too rigid, Ida-san. Izuku tells him, softening the blow as best he can. Once you decide your course of action, you don't want to deviate from it at all. You were relying on Bakugo-san to be a team player, and he wasn't. He's quite powerful, but he doesn't take orders. You could have used Tokoyami-san or Kirishima-san, or even Uraraka-san, or a combination of those people from the beginning, and been much more successful. Flexibility is important in the field. It's very rare that a plan survives contact with the enemy. Ida is quiet for a moment as he digests this. It doesn't look offended, though, just thoughtful, and Izuku relaxes by increments when there's no retaliation. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Ida says finally, pushing his glasses higher up his nose. That you are quite correct, of course. Izuku nods. I also noticed that your right arm is quite stiff. Is that an injury that you should get checked out, or? Ida jumps, his hand flying to his shoulder. A stricken look crosses his face, then disappears. He coughs lightly into his hand. And no, Midoriya-kun, just an old injury. Thank you for your advice. Izuku watches as Ida stands up and more or less retreats back to his seat. He files the incident into the back of his head for later consideration. A couple of other students approach him. To Satu, a big boy with a quirk that allows him to convert sugar into energy, Izuku recommends trying different types of sugar to see which kind is most efficient. Tokoyami accepts the criticism that he relies too heavily on dark shadow with a somber nod. Uraraka, a kind girl with round cheeks and a wide smile, has a gravity quirk, and in Izuku's opinion there's a lot more creative ways she could use it. To her, he recommends looking into some tools or weapons, like the scarf that Aizawa has. But the one he really wants to talk to is a no-show. Izuku frowns, looking around for Todoroki Shudo. The boy hadn't even used his fire throughout the whole of the exercise. He could have dominated if he'd done so, not to mention Izuku had noticed him slowing down near the end due to only using his ice. Todoroki is sitting on all that potential and doing nothing with it. It's maddening. The boy is at the fringes of the classroom, observing the proceedings with a bored, distant expression on his face. It's strange, though. He's undeniably a student, undeniably a part of the group, but he's somehow separated from it. Like a comet drifting just close enough to Earth be seen with the rest of the celestial bodies. Izuku shakes the whimsical thought away, and marches up to the other boy, tapping away at his phone. Todoroki-san, he says. Can I talk to you? Todoroki just looks at him for a moment, blinking as though he isn't sure whether or not Izuku is actually talking to him. Then he raises his eyebrow. Aren't you doing that already? Izuku rolls his eyes but can't suppress a smile. He plops into the desk beside Todoroki. Can I offer you a suggestion about your quirk? As soon as Izuku says that, Todoroki's whole face shuts down. Any trace of emotion vanishes as though it had never been. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. I disagree. Izuku says, pulling his notebook out from under his arm. Todoroki's eyes widen, but Izuku ignores his disbelief. He knows it's rude, but he can't quite bring himself to care. You have incredible potential, though I'm sure you know that. The fact that you rely exclusively on your ice quirk is only going to hurt you in the future. If you're in a battle and you overuse your ice. Throughout the whole of Izuku's speech, Todoroki's face had gone colder and colder. By the time he finally interrupts, his expression is glacial, his glare sharp enough to cut. Thank you for your advice. I'll take it into consideration. His tone implies that he is in no way going to do so. He might as well have said, "You and your advice." Izuku just rolls his eyes. He's been dealing with self-important people like this for ages. They think they know best, despite Izuku being the actual expert. You're only holding yourself back, Todoroki-san. Todoroki's groan deepens. He says slowly, leaving no room for misunderstanding, I won't use my left side. That's stupid, Izuku argues, frustrated. This is seriously ridiculous. Why the hell is so adamant about holding on to a self-imposed rule that's only ever going to be detrimental? I'm not sure what your problem is with your fire is, but it's not my fire I have a problem with. Todoroki hisses back, face a black cloud of fury. Then he shuts up, anger clearing up as quickly as it had come. He looks away. And that gives Izuku pause. He sifts through all the implications of those words, reminds himself that quirks are usually hereditary, takes a good hard look at the scar above Todoroki's eye, thinks about the emphasis on the word, my. Todoroki submits to his searching stare silently, but with a defiant glint in his eyes. There's really only one conclusion Izuku can draw from that, and it's not a pretty one. Finally, Izuku says, as gently and respectfully as he can, I understand that it's not your fire that you have a problem with. But, he takes a deep breath. It's your quirk now. And everything you do with it, that's on you. Not on anyone else. Todoroki's jaw goes slack. He stared at Izuku with the look of someone who's just been solidly slapped across the face, and is unsure of what to do about it. Izuku steps away, understanding that he's pushed enough into a sensitive subject. I'm sorry for pushing. Please just think on it. Excuse me. He leaves Todoroki standing there, still staring blankly at him, and feels not guilt, exactly. Todoroki had needed to hear that whether or not he wanted to. Finally, Izuku places the emotion, regret, that a perfect stranger had been the one to say it. Izuku is standing in front of the school, fiddling with his phone as he waits for Yagi to come pick him up, when he sees someone approaching out of the corner of his eye. He doesn't let on that he's seen the person yet, just shifts his weight to his toes and keeps pretending to be engrossed in his phone. The person gets about 2 feet away and Izuku gets more and more tense the closer they get before finally stopping. Izuku figures that he can stop pretending to be focused on his phone. He looks up and lets his eyebrows shoot up, his eyes widen like he's surprised. He's been expecting this confrontation since this morning. Can I help you? He asks Bakugo Katsuki, who looks no less angry than he did earlier. As far as Izuku can tell, he's always angry, but Bakugo seems to get especially sad whenever he looks at Izuku. Bakugo grinds his teeth together. Yeah, he says, and he won't stop fidgeting, like he's agitated just by being in Izuku's presence. Yeah. What the F kind of sick game are you playing at? Whatever Izuku had been expecting, it hadn't been that. They don't even know each other. What has he done to deserve this kind of vitriol? What? Bakugo grabs his collar and shoves him backward into the gate, his face so close that Izuku can feel hot air puff onto his cheeks whenever the other boy breathes. Izuku instinctively closes one hand over Bakugo's, and the other one flies to his hip, where his whip is coiled against his side. And then he says something which knocks all the air from Izuku's lungs. Your game is up, you bstrd. I don't know how you got that face, but the real Midoriya Izuku died 5 years ago. Izuku is sitting at his mother's feet, his work area spread in a haphazard mess across the floor. He picks up a tool, frowns at it lightly, then sets it down and reaches for another. This one seems to satisfy him, because he gives it a toothy grin and cheerfully begins messing with the contraption in his lap. He's a genius, even for a society whose minds have been engineered to age faster than they were meant to. They all tell him so, including his mom, so it must be true. He's never felt all that smart, though. It's simply in his nature to be curious, to look at the world with eyes wide open, to create miracles with his tiny hands. Then again, he doesn't have much to compare it to. They sussed him out from his age group when he was 5, and he's been here ever since, given what he fancies, within reason, in exchange for the technology he creates. It's a cushy deal, albeit a slightly lonely one. At least he was able to take his mother with him. His mother sits above him in an antique wooden rocking chair, one that somehow survived World War III unscathed. Wooden furniture like this is no longer a common commodity, coveted by those who own the few pieces that exist. Izuku had used his status and connections to secure one for his mother after she'd, reluctantly, expressed her admiration for them. She's wrapped in a thick quilt, her sunken eyes scanning the e-reader on the stand in front of her. She doesn't move, except the occasional flick of her finger when she wants to turn the page. Izuku looks up at her, a proud exclamation on his lips, but it dies in his throat when he sees her face. She's a little more gaunt than the last time he saw her, a little more pale. He knows she's getting worse. 25 is beginning to push the limits of the current human lifespan, but he forgets sometimes. He'd forgotten just now, too engrossed in his current project. Just as he does every time he sees her anew, He begins to calculate the time she has left, judging on her current symptoms. Visible symptoms of exhaustion and weakness despite almost religious dedication to taking her pills. Nausea, she tries to hide it, but she hasn't been eating as much. Probably other symptoms. He'd know more if she said anything, but he looks and is the age of, but he hardly sees how that's relevant. 10. Maternal instincts are strong. She still tries to hide the true depth of her infirmity from him. Probably a year at best. Maybe less. He scowls down at the contraption in his lap. That's what they want him to do. They want him to help come up with a remedy for the diseases gripping everyone in Japan. They seem convinced that he can, though he's not so sure he can accomplish in his short lifetime what scientists haven't managed to do in 70 years. He's determined to try, though. At the very least, to give his mother a death free of pain. Izuku takes a deep breath and holds up his contraption so his mom can see. Mom, look. She blinks and pushes the stand aside, which rolls back on an arm attached to her chair. She takes in the thing he's holding with obvious uncertainty, and then smiles. What is it, Izuku? It's just a prototype, he assures her, absent-mindedly rolling the object back and forth between his hands as he speaks. He won't be able to test whether or not it'll actually work until he's able to go back to his lab, but he's reluctant to leave his mother. But it's going to absorb radiation and convert it into energy. It should help bring the levels back down within an acceptable range, while also providing a solution for the whole energy situation. The thing is, this kind of technology is kind of insane. A lot of scientists died out during the Third World War, and even though the technology itself survived, there were very few people alive who could understand it. Izuku had looked at the research and had understood it in a way that no one else really had before. It's groundbreaking work, solutions to problems long thought unsolvable. He can save lives in Japan with this, in the Americas, in Europe and Africa. If they can even get in contact with the rest of the world, that is. There's been more or less radio silence from the other continents since World War III, so for all Japan knows, they could have come up with something else first. Or they could all be dead. The point is, it's incredible, and it's what makes the government keep their side of the bargain with him. But for Inko, who is always tired and always sick, who never received more than a basic education, it's just another piece of technology her brilliant son created. A very impressive piece of technology, no doubt, but he's been presenting these things to her since he was 5 years old. They all look the same after a while. So she smiles, not really understanding, and says as encouragingly as she can, "Wow, that's quite impressive. I'm proud of you, Izuku." It's an underwhelming response to such an innovation, but Izuku beams at her all the same. But it's that lack of reaction which keeps him working diligently, which keeps him working at his same, nonchalant pace. If anyone were to impress the urgency of the situation onto him, he would grow frantic and anxious, would become unable to have the same attention to detail. They don't tell him the truth until a few months later. But that's another story, another day. Izuku turns back to his project. Next, I think I'm going to it. Izuku breathes, his eyes going wide with shock. There was another Midoriya Izuku here? You son of a bitch, Bakugo hisses. In his distraction, Izuku doesn't react when Bakugo pulls him away from the wall just enough to slam him against it again. Stars pop in his vision, and the way his neck wrenches is enough to snap him back to the present in a panic. Wait, Bakugo-san, Izuku gasps, wrapping both hands around the other boy's where they're still fisted in his collar. This is all just a misunderstanding, if you let me explain. No! Bakugo shouts, and Izuku is surprised to see his red eyes grow bright. No. I'll kill you for wearing his face. Izuku watches in alarm as the boy begins to fall apart in front of him, even as he still has him pressed up against the wall. He's angry, yes, but fragile as well, brittle enough that something like this is enough to send him off the deep end. What was he to you? He wonders. Then Bakugo's hands begins to spark dangerously, and the heady scent of burned sugar begins to grow potent in the air. Izuku realizes that he has no way of de-escalating the situation without resorting to force, and reaches for his whip again. And that is when All Might finally grabs them both by the shoulder and tears them apart. Calm down, you two. he says urgently, and Bakugo stares up at the hero with what can only be described as betrayed shock. That's enough. All Might, Izuku is quick to interrupt. All Might, he knew me in this world, he knows. This BSD is a fake. Bakugo shouts, pointing at Izuku, still looking dangerously unstable around the edges. Deku Midoriya Izuku has been dead for 5 years. Oh dear, All Might mutters, and Bakugo stops in the middle of his accusations, gobsmacked. Then All Might says, Bakugo Shounen, we'll talk about the fact that you didn't immediately come to me with your concerns later. I can assure you that this is all a big misunderstanding. Bakugo looks from Izuku to All Might, back to Izuku again, uncomprehending. He chokes out, no it's not. He died. He breaks off, then repeats helplessly like a mantra, he died 5 years ago. Izuku ignores the sharp, concerned look that All Might sends him. He's not particularly surprised that he existed and died in this universe. It's highly unlikely, yes, but it stands to reason that the Izuku in this universe would have had just as awful luck as he did in his. Bakugo, this will all make sense if you let me explain, he tells the other boy, his tone gentler than it was before now that he's seen all of this boy's fragile edges. And he is planning on explaining the truth, at least some of it. At this point he has to. He doesn't have a plausible lie for why he'd be stealing the face of someone who's been dead for 5 years. I can corroborate with what he says. All Might puts in, almost apologetically, apparently having reached the same conclusion as Izuku. If it had just been Izuku, then they could never have convinced him. But Bakugo apparently trusts All Might a great deal, because after a few tense moments he nods. All Might takes them back into the teacher's lounge, locks the door, and serves them tea with the calm of a man who's used to staying focused under pressure. On the other hand, Bakugo hasn't stopped glaring at Izuku with fierce, suspicious eyes. He's clearly decided to reserve judgment until after they've both spoken, but he's just as obviously not happy about it. Izuku watches him right back, feeling shaky and off-kilter, and not just because of the growing ache in the back of his head. My mother? Finally All Might sits down, placing his tea delicately in front of him. Okay, he says, cutting through the incredible tension. Midoriya Shounen, if you would? Izuku shoots the man a startled look, surprised by the fact that All Might is giving him control over which information is going to be divulged. He'd been certain the other man was just going to start explaining without letting Izuku jump in. He nods a terse thanks, and then turns to Bakugo. There's not a lot I can tell you, he says, keeping this as businesslike as he can, but first, I'm going to need you to swear to absolute secrecy. Bakugo snarls at him. Like hell. Izuku smiles at him, all pleasant and polite, and Bakugo abruptly stops talking. Then I'm afraid I'm going to have to erase your memory. He says apologetically, still smiling. All Might gives him a wide-eyed look, but doesn't say anything. I'm in a very precarious position here, Bakugo-san, and I really can't have you jeopardizing my mission. See? Bakugo goes pale and looks at All Might mutely, like he can't believe the hero is letting Izuku say this stuff. When there's no help from that quarter, however, Bakugo turns back and stares helplessly at Izuku. Then he says, yeah, okay. Fine. I'll swear to secrecy or whatever. Happy? Just so. Izuku drops the smile. I'm from another dimension. Bakugo stares at him for a second. Then he looks at All Might, who nods, smiling reassuringly. Then he looks back at Izuku. Excuse me? Izuku just stares right back, unimpressed. He knows better than to repeat himself. Bakugo heard him. Bakugo's jaw works for a couple of seconds, mouth gaping, but nothing comes out. He looks at All Might again. It's true, I'm afraid. All Might says. He really is from another dimension. Bakugo leaps to his feet as though a fire was lit under him and begins to pace, tearing at his hair. No, he says finally, stopping and staring at Izuku. No, shit like this doesn't happen. Dimension. Travel? Before I came here, I didn't think that heroes with powers were things that happened, Izuku responds dryly. Trust me, this is just as weird for me as it is for you. But consider this, I'm obviously wearing the face of your dead friend. I suppose it could be a quirk, but I have a toe joint. According to this universe, I'm quirkless, Bakugo wavers over that for a second, like the earth is going all wobbly beneath his feet. Okay, he says, strained. Okay, let's pretend I believe that. Then what the hell are you doing here? A thief stole important technology from my dimension. I've tracked him here. Bakugo does another round of pacing, tugging at his blonde hair with nervous energy. He keeps looking at All Might, like he expects for the other hero to start laughing and tell him it was all a big joke. He drops onto the couch, staring at Izuku. Dimension travel. Yup, Izuku says, leaning back in his seat and folding his legs. Dimension travel. Bakugo scrubs his face. He sounds half despairing when he says, "Do you have any proof?" Izuku pulls his backpack to him and rummages through it, before finally finding his scanner at the bottom. He powers it up, then hands it to Bakugo. That's my scanner. It has a function, well, I suppose you'd call it a Geiger counter in this world. You carry a Geiger counter with you? All Might asks. Izuku gives him a look. All Might's confusion morphs into sheepishness. Anyway, Izuku says as Bakugo begins fiddling with the controls, normal humans aren't going to set off the Geiger counter. But I will like crazy. He holds his hand out for the device, and after a moment Bakugo surrenders it. He turns on the scanner and takes a reading of himself, and then shows All Might and Bakugo the results. Then he walks over to Bakugo and takes a reading of him, just to show that Bakugo won't have any radiation in him. And stops, frowning at the screen. Problem? All Might asks when the pause continues to extend. Izuku shakes his head. No, it's nothing. But see, Bakugo barely has any radiation when compared with what was in me. Then he takes a reading of All Might. Again, the same results. This time, Izuku keeps his reaction off of his face. Sometimes, humans in other dimensions will have more radiation in them than others, even if there hasn't been a nuclear disaster of some sort. It's not very likely, but it is possible. The amounts of radiation in All Might and Bakugo, however, they're weirdly higher than normal, like they'd just gone to the doctor and gotten a couple of x-rays done. For All Might it might have made sense, since the man gets so many medical procedures done, but for Bakugo, Izuku's suspicions regarding the evolution of Quirks in this universe grows. Izuku tucks his scanner back into his bag. I can bring my portal gun to school as well, if you need more proof. No, Bakugo says quickly, holding out one hand in what's probably supposed to be a placating gesture, but just looks pleading. No, that's enough. All right. Izuku shrugs. And then, because he can't help himself, Bakugo-san, may I ask you a question? Bakugo lets out a low, slightly hysterical laugh, and drags his hands through his hair. Sure. He says, almost jovial. From the look All Might is giving him, this behavior is far, far away from ordinary. This day couldn't get any FING weirder. Sure, ask me a question. Midoriya Inko, Izuku says, liking his lips. Is she still alive? All Might says in a shocked, sharp gasp. Izuku doesn't look at him, but his hands curl on his thighs. Auntie Inko? Bakugo asks, looking startled. Yeah, she's fine. Air rushes out of him all at once, unsteady. She's alive. He thinks about the last time he'd seen her, shockingly pale beneath the white sheet. She hadn't looked any less gaunt than she had in life, but at the very least she'd seemed restful. The perpetual tension that had creased her forehead and lined her mouth had all melted away, leaving nothing but peace. Good. He misses her. He's missed her every day for the past 5.5 years. I see, Izuku whispers, wrapping his arms around his sides. Bakugo shounen, All Might cuts in, gentle and urgent. I don't think we need to impress upon you the importance of keeping my demon mouth shut, right? Bakugo says, and Izuku forces himself to look up, to focus back in on the conversation. Who the hell is going to believe me anyway? FING Christ. Izuku chokes out a laugh, but doesn't say anything as All Might ushers the boy from the room. He just keeps sitting, curled around himself, coming to terms with the information he's just been given. His mom is alive. His mom is alive. And the Midoriya Izuku of this world is dead. Belatedly, he wonders what happened to the other him, whether it was illness or an accident. If he was amongst friends when he died, or alone. And Midoriya Inko is alive. For one insane second, he contemplates tracking her down, presenting himself to her and telling her everything. He misses her, although the ache is not quite as sharp as when she first died. He can't recall what her voice sounds like anymore, and that scares him. He's terrified that he's losing her a little more every day. But that would be stupid. First of all, he's not the son she knew. He's harsh and cynical, and more than that, dying. He's a Midoriya Izuku, not her Midoriya Izuku. And it's the same the other way. She's not the mom he knows. His mother, while she didn't understand him all the time, at the very least loved him despite all his quirks. This woman is more or less a stranger. He's met a few Inkos during his travels. The first time he'd met another version of her, he'd been 11, and so overcome that he'd spilled his entire life story and collapsed into a ball of tears at her feet. She'd done what any sane person would do and called the psychiatric hospital on him. After that, he hadn't tried making contact with any other Inkos. Shouldn't for this wonder, he tells himself sternly, taking a deep breath. It's inviting trouble. You're going to leave this world when you're finished anyway. But this is the first he's heard of another Midoriya Izuku. Izuku lets out a deep sigh, and for the first time notices that All Might is sitting beside him on the couch, sipping his tea. The older man isn't watching him outright, but Izuku knows that you don't need to be looking at someone to be keeping track of them. Sorry, Izuku says after a second, forcing his arms away from his sides. He knows it makes him look smaller, more vulnerable. That's the last kind of image he wants to present. All Might looks surprised. Whatever for? Izuku breaks off, suddenly unsure of what he's apologizing for. For the Bakugo thing? For doing a free fall into his own head for God knows how long? He waves one hand helplessly and settles on, taking up your time. You must want to go home. All Might's surprise slides away into understanding. No, don't apologize. You looked like you needed a minute. He pauses, then sets the tea back onto the table. Are you too close? Back home. My mom and I? Izuku asks, contemplatively. He hasn't let himself think about her in a while. I don't suppose that we were. She didn't really, she couldn't understand me. I suppose I couldn't understand her either. But we did love each other. He knows that for certain. Despite everything else, they had loved each other. He has to believe that. He has to believe that there was at least one person in that God-forsaken world who had loved him. All Might's face crumples slightly. He says like he'd rather not know, She died, Izuku says, shrugging. It's taken practice to get that statement as nonchalant as it is. A few months before I left. Cancer. He shrugs again, then barks out a bitter laugh. You know how it is. All Might is quiet for a moment. Then he says, sounding like he's aged 100 years in the span of a second, I suppose I do. Shall we go home? Izuku agrees. He really needs a nap. Going back to school the next day and pretending that everything is normal is odd, to say the least. Bakugo barely looks at Izuku now, and when they do meet eyes the other boy is quick to look away. Izuku can't tell if it's embarrassment or confusion or what have you, but it's kind of distracting. He doesn't dare approach, though. Bakugo is exuding the kind of attitude that screams keep away. So he does and hopes the boy keeps his promise. On the other hand, Izuku still feels a bit awkward over his conversation with Todoroki. Sure, it was warranted, but it wasn't polite to push into such an obviously sensitive subject. At the very least, it doesn't appear that Todoroki has said anything to the others, because Yaoyorozu invites him to sit at their table again for lunch. Izuku spends the meal trying to ignore the expressionless black hole at the table, but it's difficult to do when there's a conversational dead zone right in front of you. And Minette is still angry with him. So there's that. This is why Izuku hates teenagers from other dimensions. They lack the sort of pragmatic, ruthless logic that everyone from his dimension shares. Why worry about drama and such when you're all dying? So understandably, by the time school finally ends and Izuku is waiting at his desk for Yaoyorozu and the others to come find him, he's not nervous. To say the least. His hand keeps finding his whip without his permission, and the inside of his lower lip is torn to shreds. Hey, Midoriya-san, Yaoyorozu says. He looks up from his notes, and she's smiling a congenial, welcoming smile at him. Are you ready to go? Yes, he says quickly, and snaps his notebook shut. He knows they're going to go over Yaoyorozu, Shinso, and Jiru's quirks and visit a hero store afterward, but he's not sure what the exact plan is. Are they going to go to someone's house first? Does the school rent out training grounds? Where will we be going first? Do you have to be back before a specific time? Yaoyorozu asks. Izuku shakes his head. Yagi had been weirdly enthusiastic about the idea of him hanging out with some of his classmates and had waved away the idea of a curfew. The only condition was that Izuku text him when he was on his way home. No. Hey, Shinso says as the pair approaches. Jiru and Todoroki are standing next to him, the former smiling, the latter neutral. We didn't scare you off then? Jiru asks. Izuku lets out an awkward laugh and says, not really. I don't think he's the type to scare easy, Shinso says wryly, jamming his hands deep into his pockets. He was kinda brutal yesterday. Jiru grins at that. You've got a point. Izuku flushes. He knew that he'd been blunt, but he likes these kids, despite himself. He doesn't want to offend them. Was I too harsh? What? Shinso shoots him a surprised look. No. If it needs to be said, it needs to be said. Yeah, don't worry about it. Jiru waves a careless hand. Don't sugarcoat it just because our feelings might get hurt. Izuku ducks his head, relieved. So, where to first? Yaoyorozu asks. Snacks. Jiru asks. I could go for some snacks, Shinso says agreeably. Yaoyorozu turns to look at Todoroki. Todoroki-san. He nods gravely. Excellent. Yaoyorozu says, clapping her hands together. Izuku stares at all of them in mild shock. He supposes that he should have expected it, but he'd thought they would get right down to business. He hadn't planned for snacks. Luckily he has some money which Yagi lent him, just in case. For the first time, he wonders if this is actually a friendly outing, rather than a meeting to try and improve the use of their quirks. He's feeling deeply out of his depth, however. He's never gone out with friends to get snacks before. Is there some sort of protocol he's supposed to follow? He trails behind the group, feeling slightly awkward and out of place. They make an effort to include him, but it's obvious that this group has been friends for quite some time, not to mention they're all from the same dimension. Inside jokes fly over his head, references to current events and people whose names he doesn't recognize. The only other person who's just as quiet as Izuku is Todoroki, but he thinks it's less because Todoroki is out of his depth and more that he's just content to be quiet. The other boy meanders behind the group at a relaxed pace, occasionally snorting quietly or shaking his head at something others have said. It's for this reason that Izuku finds himself falling into step beside Todoroki, despite how awkward he feels. There's something undemanding about his presence, a lack of expectation that calms Izuku down. To his relief, Todoroki just gives him a sideways glance before walking on as though nothing is out of place. They reach their destination after a couple of minutes, which turns out to be a soft-serve place that has 5 different flavors. Izuku stares up at the menu, suddenly feeling small, because he's never actually had ice cream before. He doesn't know how red bean ice cream is going to taste any different than green tea ice cream. He looks down from the menu, subtly checking to see what the others are doing, and accidentally meets eyes with Todoroki. They stare at each other for a second. Then Todoroki says, "Try the green tea soft serve." Izuku swallows hard, feels a blush rising to his cheeks at being so obvious. Okay. Then, after a moment, he offers, "Thanks." A small smile quirks Todoroki's lips, and then he turns away, leaving Izuku feeling off balance and strange. There's a weird feeling in the pit of his stomach, and for some reason there's more heat rising from his cheeks than there was before. He shakes his head, slightly alarmed. Am I getting sick? It fades after a couple of minutes though, so he tentatively relaxes. The green tea flavor, despite being a radioactive green color, is delicious. Yaoyorozu leads them to a picnic table near the soft-serve place, and they all slide in place. It's a tight fit, and Izuku ends up jammed between Shinso on one side and Jiru on the other. Every time their thighs brush up against his, Izuku feels an electric shock run through him. It's been a very long time since he's experienced contact this casual. Okay, Yaoyorozu says, popping a bit of red bean soft serve into her mouth. Midoriya-san, would you like to start with my quirk? We're doing this right now? Izuku wonders, but then shrugs off the confusion. Another dimension, remember? He hands his cone to Shinso and rummages around in his bag for his notes, then lays them out on the table. Whoa, Jiraiya mutters, leaning in fascination over the cramped letters. You came up with this in one day? Yeah, Izuku says, flipping to Yaoyorozu's page. It wasn't that difficult, he thinks but doesn't say. He doesn't actually have a quirk, after all. First of all, the amount you can create is based on how many calories you eat, right? Right? Yaoyorozu says, taking out a notepad and a pen. Shinso nudges Izuku's shoulder, and he jumps a little before realizing that the other boy only wants him to take his soft serve back before it melts all the way. Izuku accepts it with a swift nod of thanks, before turning back to his notes. You're not eating enough then. You should be building up stores of fat and muscle well in advance, even if you're not planning on using them right away. It's best to be prepared, right? You're limiting what you can do if you only eat just enough. Yaoyorozu looks vaguely troubled by that, but she nods slowly all the same. Izuku looks back down to his notebook. Besides that, I think to increase efficiency it would be best to create smaller items. I've noticed that you tend to create larger items, which may be flashy and impressive, but not very practical. If you know you have time to create something large, then I say go for it, but during a fight those extra 30 seconds could mean life or death. I would make a list of small items that are useful in a fight and practice creating those over and over again until it becomes second nature. Yaoyorozu scrawls one last thing onto her notes and smiles at him, a bit vacant, as though deep in thought. Thank you, Midoriya-san, that's very helpful. We want to be as prepared as possible for the summer training camp. Jiraiya hesitates for a second, before saying, you know, it might be a good idea to learn how to make the support gear of the person you're working with. What if it breaks during a fight, you know? That's a good point. Shinso says, eyes gleaming. Yaoyorozu looks surprised for a second, but then she smiles and scrawls on her notepad again. Izuku hides a smile behind his soft serve, and then turns to the next person. Shinso and Jiraiya are equally receptive to Izuku's advice. Although Shinso seems strangely awkward when he talks about his quirk, like he thinks Izuku's suddenly going to change his mind about helping him. He warms to the conversation quickly, however, and even seems pleased when Jiraiya and Yaoyorozu interject their own opinions. By the end of it, the three of them have come up with some pretty good ideas on how to improve their quirks. Izuku feels strangely proud. But he can't help but watch Todoroki out of the corner of his eye to gauge his reactions. The other boy is still reticent and slow to speak, and Izuku wishes that he knew how to help him. That quirk. That potential. That's all, I think. Yaoyorozu finishes, and Jiraiya nods enthusiastically at the last thing she said. See? Izuku says, grinning at them all. The others turn to look at him. You barely needed my help at all. It's easy to do on your own. But it's just not something we think about normally, Jiraiya points out. I doubt we could have come up with half this stuff if you hadn't been there. Shinso laughs. You've got a really useful quirk. Izuku freezes for just a moment and presses his lips together. His quirk. His non-existent quirk, which these kids relied on to help them improve. Suddenly, the idea of deceiving these kids of his true nature feels wrong. But what can he do about it? It's not like he'll know them long enough to tell them the truth. The idea of leaving them, of returning to his own world where things are dark and dire, and there's no soft serve or kind students, hits him hard. It's so nice here, so easy to relax and forget that things can't be this way forever. He has responsibilities to all the sick and dying people he left behind. Yeah, Izuku says hollowly. Yeah. They finish their soft serve and discard their napkins, and all the while Izuku feels tired and guiltily dishonest. He wants to go home. Hey, Shinso asks, giving Izuku an odd look. You good? I'm fine, Izuku mutters, ducking his head. The others glance at each other but don't push it. The mood follows Izuku all the way to the hero store. He doesn't try speaking at all, just hangs in Todoroki's orbit like a shadow. The others obviously notice that something is wrong. They keep looking back at him and exchanging shrugs, but luckily don't push it. It's not like they know each other very well, anyway. The others split off as soon as they get inside, leaving Izuku with Todoroki. The other boy seems unbothered by Izuku's silence, just begins wandering around aimlessly. He hesitates over the fingerless gloves, rubbing his fingers over the fabric. Then unexpectedly he says, "It can be a bit much." They understand. Izuku asks, pulling himself out of the muck in his mind. Todoroki nods around him, as though picking out Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Shinsu's locations with just his mind. "I can get overwhelmed too. They won't judge you for it." "Oh," Izuku says, swallowing his surprise at the fact that Todoroki was speaking to him, "never mind something so personal. That's not nice, thanks." Todoroki nods, then turns back to the gloves as though nothing has happened. Izuku watches the other boy for a moment. He's got long, elegant fingers, like an artist or a musician. Izuku shakes himself out of his musings. "Todoroki-san, I owe you an apology." Todoroki's brow furrows, and he looks over at Izuku, confused. "What for?" "The other day," Izuku sighs. "I overstepped. I had no right to." "No," Todoroki interrupts, pressing his lips together. You were right. Don't apologize." Izuku rocks back on his heels, stunned. It takes him a second to find his voice. "Oh, okay." They're quiet for a second. "I've been scared to use my fire for a long time," Todoroki admits slowly, eyes dragging across the equipment around him like he's too scared to meet Izuku's eyes. "I thought it would make me like him." Izuku says nothing. Todoroki draws himself up. "But that's wrong, isn't it? Like you said, it's my fire now." It takes Izuku a second to respond, mostly because he's kind of forgotten how to breathe. "Why yeah." Todoroki quirks a small smile at him and turns away. They regroup a couple of minutes later with their respective items. Todoroki has selected a pair of black fingerless gloves, Yaoyorozu is clutching a pair of black spandex shorts to her chest, and Jairu is holding a package of industrial-strength ear protection. Shinso is the only one who's empty-handed, because most of my equipment is specially made by the support department. "You're not getting anything, Midoriya-kun?" Yaoyorozu asks tentatively, like she's testing the waters of his mood. Izuku smiles back at her reassuringly. "Nah, I have everything I need." Shinso shoots him a small, pleased smile, and Jairu is grinning like everything is right with the world. Izuku ducks his head to hide how surprised he is at the relief on these almost strangers' faces. He hadn't realized that they had been that worried. He shoves down the other part of himself, which is light and giddy, ecstatic at the idea of someone his age caring enough to get worried about him. Izuku opens the door with the key that Yagi gave him and quietly shuts it. He toes off his shoes in the Genken and places them neatly next to the others, before stepping inside. Yagi is bent over the kitchen table, papers written in messy kanji sprawled out before him. His brow is furrowed as he scowls at a student's handwriting. Izuku watches him for a moment. Yagi looks so normal in his rumpled dress shirt and loose tie, one hand threaded through his blonde hair. It's hard to believe that he's actually a superhero. Then he calls out, "I'm home." Yagi jumps and looks up, his surprised expression quickly smoothing into a smile. "Welcome back. How was your outing?" Izuku thinks about it for a second, tilts his head to one side and lets his eyes meander upward as he remembers. "It was good," he decides finally, because hanging out with those kids had been surprisingly easy, surprisingly nice. Yagi's smile softens. "I'm glad to hear it." Ida Tenya, as Izuku comes to find out, is extremely earnest, extremely hardworking, and also surprisingly ferocious. You wouldn't know just from looking at him. With his glasses, boxy face, and exhausting enthusiasm, he seems like any other nerd. He's the kind of kid that probably would have gotten bullied in middle school, except that he's built like a brick shithouse. Likewise, his little friend Uraraka seems sweet and cheerful, all let's do our best. Like Ida, however, she has hidden depths, in that she is frighteningly ruthless. Izuku gets the chance to watch them fight each other in a training exercise, and it kind of scares him. Uraraka manages to touch Ida at one point, and she slings him about the room without hesitation. If Ida had been 1 second slower in righting himself, he would have cracked his head open against the concrete. On the other hand, Ida completely disregards his teammates in trying to bring Uraraka down, and uses his special move to destroy the floor beneath her. After the exercise, the pair, who are out of breath and leaning on each other for support, approach Izuku. "So?" Ida demands. "Well," Izuku says faintly. "This child soldier program UA developed is truly, utterly terrifying. I recommend that you two pair up in the future. I think you would make a great team." Ida and Uraraka beam at each other as though they hadn't been trying to kill each other just minutes before. "You've done testing to see how similar you are to a frog, right? Then I'm afraid there's not much I can recommend to you, Ajuri-san," Izuku says, grimacing as he flips through his notebook. "She's got a mutation quirk, which makes it difficult to improve upon." He feels bad about it, but it's also extremely strange to look at. Besides going through a more rigorous exercise routine, "Call me Tiu-chan," Ajui says placidly, her finger pressed against her mouth. Izuku's eyes flicker up to her, and he feels a flush rise to his cheeks. "Right." Then she says, apropos of nothing, "I heard what you said to Mineta." Izuku sputters and almost drops his notebook into his lap. Is anyone ever going to let him live that down? But Ajui is smiling, so that must mean she's not too angry with him. He smiles back, slow and tentative. He and Todoroki are sitting together on a hill overlooking the rest of the school. They're alone, which shouldn't be weird, but the pit of Izuku's stomach still flutters nervously. Todoroki takes a deep breath and lifts his hand. Smokeless flames burst into life around it, lighting up his arm. Izuku watches it, mesmerized. "Wow, that's amazing." When he looks up into Todoroki's face again, the other boy is watching him. Izuku's never seen anyone look at him like that before. He's not sure what it means, but he feels warm all over. Kirishima throws his arm across Izuku's shoulders and grins at the other students, mischievous and self-satisfied with his stolen prize. Izuku staggers under the weight of him, head reeling from getting pulled from the crowd. He's not entirely displeased, however. A bunch of kids from one of the other classes had cornered him before he could get to lunch for some well-meaning, but still invasive, interrogation. There may have been some threatening involved, too. He hasn't really been listening, too busy shrinking under so much attention. "Mind if we borrow Midoriya for a sec?" he asks, all bright smiles and sharp teeth. Izuku thinks, and that's when Kaminari comes up on his other side and casually loops his arm over Kirishima's. The combined weight should be caging and uncomfortable, but right now it's comforting. "But we were just talking to him," one of the kids complains. He's got bright blonde hair and blue eyes and a nasal tone that raises Izuku's hackles without him quite knowing why. "He's ours, Monoma." Kaminari's still grinning, but it's as sharp as Kirishima's. "Get your own." Izuku looks over at the other boy with wide, moon-like eyes. Kaminari smiles at him, genuine this time, and Kirishima reaches up and playfully ruffles his hair as they drag him away. A week passes, then 2, and all for one doesn't appear. In that time, he and Yagi establish a rapport. They eat breakfast together, and they might discuss the students in class, or the news. Izuku's dimension is a topic that Yagi is extremely respectful of. He takes what Izuku offers and asks for no more. Izuku can't help how grateful he feels toward the other man for it. Izuku continues to give pointers during class, to avoid Bakugo's gaze and to hang out with Yaoyorozu and the others. Yaoyorozu is brilliant and funny, Shinso wry and honest, Jiru rakish and warm. They show him the best haunts in town, laugh at his tentative attempts to make jokes, and make him almost forget what he's actually here for. He enjoys the time he spends with Todoroki most of all. The other boy is calm and quiet, and his silence doesn't demand to be filled. He seems passive at first, but Izuku has learned to read the amused curve of his lips, learned how to hear the soft snort of laughter under his breath, to comprehend the layer of sarcasm beneath his seemingly ignorant comments. There's far more to him than most realize, which makes Izuku all the more curious. He has to keep reminding himself that this isn't permanent, that as soon as he gets his tech back he's heading home. It doesn't matter if he's happier here than he ever was anywhere else. He has responsibilities that he can't abandon. People are dying. Then, just like that, the first day of the summer training camp rolls around. In front of the bus, Yaoyorozu throws her arms around Izuku. Jairu is quick to follow, and then Shinso, who is unfairly tall, drapes himself over the three of them like a clingy blanket. Izuku does his best to get his arm around all of them and accidentally knocks his forehead against Yaoyorozu's. She doesn't seem to care. "Are you sure you can't come?" Jairu whines. Izuku's heart clenches. They'll only be gone a short while, but what if All for One appears during that time? He might never see them again. "I'm sure," Izuku says hoarsely. "I'm not technically a part of the school, remember? Just visiting." "That's crap," Shinso announces from overhead. "You're as much a part of the class as the rest of us now." Izuku feels a wave of tears threaten to spill over, and digs his teeth into his bottom lip. "You three!" Ida shouts. The bus is about to leave. Yaoyorozu pulls back, forcing the other two to retreat as well. She gives him a reassuring smile, all gentle determination, and tells him, "We'll tell you everything about it when you get back, okay? Try not to miss us too much." Izuku nods, scrubbing frantically at his eyes. The three wave at him as they leave. They probably don't understand why he looks so devastated, but he can't help it. The idea of going home without being able to say goodbye hurts so badly that he just wants to curl up into a ball and will the rest of the world away. It makes him want to do something stupid, like stay forever. He looks up and finds himself face to face with a pair of dark, heterochromatic eyes. "Todoroki-san," Izuku says, feeling himself flush. Todoroki shifts awkwardly on his feet, his hands jammed into his pockets. The image is oddly endearing. "Midoriya." Then without warning he steps forward and pulls Izuku to him in a quick but tight hug. Izuku is so surprised that he doesn't think to hug him back until a second later. It's nice, if a bit strange. Todoroki is slightly warmer on his left side, slightly cooler on his right, and he smells, for lack of a better way to describe it, clean. Izuku feels hot all over, like he's just been dunked into a warm bath. Then Todoroki pulls away. His cheeks are slightly pink, and his eyes are glinting as he gives Izuku a quick, perfunctory nod. Then he runs over to the bus without a backward glance. Izuku stares after him, stunned. His skin feels electric, like just the act of being touched by Todoroki charged his whole body. "Huh," Yagi says from a few feet behind him. 3 days later, Tashinori shakes him awake at midnight. "Yagi-san?" Izuku asks, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Yagi stands over him, pale and wan, suddenly looking all of his years and then some. It's him. Izuku doesn't think it's arrogant to say that he knows more about dimension theory than anyone else on his world, besides perhaps the doctor, but he doesn't count, not really. Than anyone else in several worlds, actually. He is, after all, one of the two who helped develop the technology. He is, after all, one of the two people who has ever used the technology. It's been a work in progress all these years. A lot of making theories, discarding them, reworking them. He was the one who figured out that jumping from his dimension to another didn't negate the effects of the radiation that was slowly killing them all. He was the one who wrestled with the unfairness of his dimension being the exception, that World War III had barely touched any other worlds, any other homes except his. He was the one who came up with the theory of the point of divergence, that somewhere out there was a timeline from which all timelines originated from. It made a certain amount of sense, after all. In all the dimensions Izuku had ever been to, history had been consistent up until a point. World War I, World War II, the Cold War. The economic boom. After a certain point, however, the timelines diverged. World War III, a cancer vaccine, plague, accelerated space travel, global climate change, aliens, a freak asteroid. Whether it be good or bad, the timelines always diverged from that single day. February 29th, Leap Day. That was the day that, in Izuku's world, the first strike had been implemented against China by America. In another dimension, it was the day that China finished building enough solar panels to power the whole country. 3 dimensions ago Izuku had puzzled over the reason for divergence. for almost 2 weeks before finally realizing that that was the day a famous TV show from almost 200 years ago never aired. It isn't always dramatic. It isn't always noticeable at first glance. But it is consistent. Time has to be especially malleable on that day. Izuku knows that if he ever were to find it, he might create a splinter dimension simply based on his presence. Finding it has always been his secondary goal. Finding the stolen tech obviously comes first, but finding the master timeline entices him as a researcher. What must that world be like? What must have occurred on that day to make everything that followed so unpredictable? Izuku wants to find out. Izuku sits in the back of the room, his hands folded primly over his knees, as the heroes squabble with each other over his head. The only move he's made is to rub at his eyes, which are heavy and itchy with lack of sleep. He was given a few curious looks when he first entered the room, trotting at All Might's heels in his black bodysuit and red jacket, but after a few minutes the heroes seemed content to pretend that he doesn't exist. Just a fixture in the background, like a plant. He's relieved. It gives him the opportunity to observe the goings-on around him without being observed too closely back. He may not be very close with either Bakugo or Tokoyami, but the idea of them being captured nonetheless makes him want to scream. If this really is the work of All for One, the Doctor, how many lives has he ruined? How many people has he destroyed with his cruel actions? The thought makes Izuku's hands clench. The only one who's still seeming to give him a second thought is the man with the flame beard, the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Maybe that's because of the acid look Izuku gave him upon entry, though. The memory of Todoroki's reticence whenever he talks about his left side is still fresh in Izuku's mind, and he can't help the black rage it dredges up. Endeavor hasn't pushed it yet though, probably because of the combined influence of All Might and Tsukachi's easy acceptance of Izuku's presence. Izuku makes mental notes of the plans, of the villains they'll be fighting as the meeting progresses. They're not actually certain as to whether or not All for One is here, but Tsukachi thought it would be better to be safe than sorry. Izuku will be near Tsukachi, close enough to act quickly if he needs, but far enough away from the action that he should be safe. Izuku rests his hand over his whip and sighs. It's been a long time since he's had to use it. He's pulled from his thoughts by the sudden sensation that someone is staring at him very hard. He looks up and winces when he realizes that Endeavor's looking at him again, but this time with intent. My question is, Endeavor grumbles, who is this boy and what is he doing here? All Might's eyes flicker to Izuku in brief surprise, as though he'd forgotten that he was there. Then he shrugs dismissively. He's no one. Don't worry about him. Tsukachi is silent, watching the pair with dark eyes. Izuku knows that he's ready to jump in at a moment's notice, in case he needs to defuse a potential situation. He's obviously not no one, if he's being allowed to sit in on this meeting. Izuku has to give it to Endeavor, he sure is persistent. That's classified. Tsukachi finally steps in, his hat tucked under his arm, as mild as a spring day. You worry about your part and we'll worry about ours. Endeavor gives him a disgusted side-eye for a second longer, and then his gaze settles on All Might. He knows he's outnumbered though, and the other heroes are busy looking in other directions, unimpressed with both the presence of a strange boy and Endeavor's tantrum. He finally lets out a huff and turns away, muttering furiously under his breath. Izuku watches him go, and can't quite suppress a smug smile. He looks up when he realizes that someone is approaching, and meets eyes with Detective Tsukachi. The man smiles him, warm where he'd been cool and confident with Endeavor, and says, "Come on, kid. We'll talk in the car." "Sure," Izuku says back. Then he hesitates, unsure. "Should I?" Then he shakes his head, gets to his feet and calls after All Might's retreating back. "Be safe." Why All Might? For a second All Might freezes, and Izuku wonders if he has overstepped, if he said the wrong thing and embarrassed the man somehow. The other heroes are glancing between Izuku and All Might in curiosity and surprise. The tiny old man with the white hair and bright yellow shoes looks especially interested. Then All Might turns around and grins at Izuku, flashing him a thumbs up as he does so. Of course. It's so cheesy that Izuku has to stifle a snigger behind his hand. He's still smiling when Tsukachi places a hand on his shoulder and guides him outside, to the police car waiting outside. His expression finally falls when he slides into the back seat and Tsukachi drops into the front with a low, tired sigh. He adjusts his police cap on his head and turns around to look Izuku dead in the face, serious and grim. "So, let's talk. Right?" Izuku says, letting his good humor slide into the back of his mind, and leans forward. "First of all, I need to know if I have permission to make kill shots." Tsukachi blanches, his mouth dropping open in pure shock. He stutters, stops, then shakes his head and tries again. "What?" Izuku rolls his eyes. "Honestly, do I have permission to make kill shots? Or are we aiming to incapacitate?" "That's so mercenary, God no. Don't make kill shots." Tsukachi adjusts his hat again with nervous hands, still a bit paler than his usual skin tone. "We're trying to bring them in." Izuku huffs quietly, but doesn't verbally express his disappointment. It's a handicap he can work around. For the hand guy Shigaraki Tamura, right? Do you know the exact nature of his quirk? I know you said that it was activated by touching something with all 5 fingers. But if I say shot off 1 finger, would it then be activated by touching with all 4 fingers? Or would he no longer be able to activate it at all? Tsukachi gapes at him, looking perhaps more horrified than he had when Izuku had asked if he was allowed to make kill shots. Izuku doesn't get what his problem was. He's told this man that he's older than he looks, that he's had to do some horrible things to survive. Tsukachi called him mercenary before, and he wasn't entirely wrong. There had been one dimension where Izuku had been forced to join a mercenary group just to keep from getting killed. That had been a weird week. "Hey," Izuku snaps, frustrated. "Come on, pay attention." Tsukachi closes his mouth but stares at Izuku for a second longer, something like pity touching the corners of his eyes. Izuku shifts uncomfortably under that gaze but holds firm. "Right?" Tsukachi says finally, turning to face forward. The next time he speaks, his voice is steadier, harder. "We don't know. We haven't had a lot of time to study him or the rest of the League members. We said everything we knew at the meeting earlier." "Okay," Izuku responds, and leans back into his seat as Tsukachi starts the car and directs it out onto the street. They're quiet for the rest of the trip, the only sound the whoosh of the other cars as they pass by. All Might, Endeavor, and the other heroes are already there when Tsukachi pulls up, but they're separated by a barricade of police cars. The only light is the flame of Endeavor's hair. The deep shadows they cast play over the cars, the buildings, the heroes' faces, as though the whole world is alight. All Might looks especially ominous, the hollows of his eyes twice as dark, rimmed with dancing orange and gold. Tsukachi gets out of the car and approaches the barricade. Izuku is a step behind him, silent and nervous, clutching at the straps of his backpack. This could be it. It might not be, but the thought that it could is enough to make him breathless. Tsukachi says a few things that Izuku can't hear over the buzzing in his ears, probably reaffirming plans. And then it begins. It even goes well at the beginning. All Might punches his way through the wall, followed closely by a hero called Kamui Wood. They subdue the people inside, Shigaraki Tamura and the Warp Guy and a dozen other people he didn't bother to remember the names of, too interested in their quirks and how best to incapacitate them. There's some conversation. The man, well, teenager really, now that Izuku looks harder named Shigaraki shouts a bit. The Warp Guy says something, All Might responds. Izuku can't make it out, but Tsukachi has a microphone installed on All Might's chest, and obviously whatever is being discussed isn't alarming enough to shake his calm facade, so Izuku figures it's fine. There's still something that's making Izuku very, very nervous though. Where is All for One? It's true, he might not show himself. This might be how their night ends, with All Might taking in Shigaraki and the others, and Bakugo and Tokoyami coming home safe and sound. But it's going almost too well, and that alone makes Izuku tense and rest his hand by his side. Plans never survive contact with the enemy, not an enemy like this. It's this thought which has him looking every which way, which has him studying the shadows of the bar. It's this thought which has him sliding his backpack around in front of him, which has him rummaging around for the plasma gun he'd slipped inside just an hour before. It's this thought which means that he's the only one not surprised when the Numu appear in a gush of black goo. What the hell? Tsukachi gasps, but Izuku is faster. He takes a second to line up the shot through the scope, and then a burst of white fire slams into the exposed brain of the Numu on the left. The creature doesn't even have a moment to be surprised before it's crashing face-first into the ground, most of its head disintegrated into nothing. It's not enough, though. More Numu are falling out of the walls, out of the ceiling, and black goo is spilling from the mouths of Bakugo and Tokoyami, of Shigaraki, of the warp villain, dissolving them into nothingness. Tsukachi is shouting for best genist, but Izuku already knows that it's too late. Their carefully laid plans have been irreparably broken. It's time to improvise. Ignoring Tsukachi's horrified shout, Izuku vaults over the nearest car, darts around Endeavor, and throws himself into the throng of Numu. He shoots one, another, but has to take a step back when All Might slams a few which had latched onto him into the ground. All Might! Izuku shouts. All Might stares at him, a complete and utter lack of recognition in his eyes. Even though he's shed his attackers, he's not mentally there, and the sight of this hulking, mindless hero sends a chill right down to Izuku's core. Then his gaze suddenly sharpens. He nods briskly at Izuku, like it's natural that he would be here even though he was supposed to stay with Tsukachi, and then turns. Endeavor! The flame hero looks up, scowling darkly. Can you handle this? Endeavor has the gall to look offended by this, even though he's surrounded by enemies on all sides. Of course I can. If you need to go, then go. Tsukachi is frozen behind the hero, staring right at Izuku with wide, horrified eyes. He's afraid for me, Izuku realizes. Then he looks away. What he wouldn't give to inhabit the same world which Tsukachi lives in, a world where children know nothing of death or war. Where the parents are expected to handle the worst of the world's problems while the kids go to school and make friends and have their petty, insignificant dramas. This is his lot. This is the world which he inhabits. He has lived here ever since he was born, lived in this dark and somber place where he has responsibilities to people he's never met, to people he will never meet. He is expected to save. So he must. Get on, All Might says, bending down. Izuku doesn't hesitate. He wraps his arms and legs around the hero as securely as he can. Then All Might rises, and Izuku can't help but peer over his shoulder, staring down at all the people below. So this is what the world looks like to him, he thinks, a second before All Might pushes off and soars. They lead him down a long hallway, and he almost has to run to keep up with their long legs. His mind is older than his body, yes, but he still has the proportions of a normal 10-year-old, and his legs are much shorter than theirs. He works best in silence, the woman says, adjusting her glasses so he can't see her eyes. Don't ask questions, just watch. Pick it up as quickly as possible. Right? Izuku whispers, not daring to say anything else. He wants to know more about the man he's meeting, this veritable legend, but his two escorts don't seem too keen on talking. Case in point, the man hasn't said a word since he gave a low, gruff greeting almost 10 minutes ago. Izuku doesn't even think he talked to the people scanning their security clearances. They walk another couple of steps. The woman speaks again, her voice no less brusque, no less curt. This research is meant to save lives. She shoots him a razor-sharp glare from the corner of her eye, one that freezes his insides to ice. Remember the cost if you fail. Izuku looks at this woman, just barely out of her teenage years. She looks young, they all do, but there's a tightness to her jaw that speaks of persistent stress and fatigue. He wonders how many years she has left, if she's gotten a diagnosis for cancer or cardiovascular disease, or if it's just the radiation that's killing her. Something always gets them in the end. Then he remembers his mother, lying in her hospital bed, the tubes coming from her body so thick it looks like she's become part of the plumbing. Spot of thyroid cancer, they told him when he asked, cheerful as anything. Nothing we can't take care of, give or take a few weeks. But they're being kind to him because he looks young. He knows how it goes. Thyroid cancer turns into lymphoma, turns into brain cancer, turns into death. Of course, he says, so quiet he's not sure whether or not she heard him. Either way she doesn't say anything, so he figures it's a moot point. They pause in front of a door, and the man fishes a key from his BRST pocket. Izuku hasn't seen an old-fashioned lock before, and he can't help but stare at the flash of light as it reflects off the metal. "Doctor!" The woman calls ahead of them. "May we come inside? Is that my shipment?" A voice calls back, low and husky. "Leave it beside the door, I'll get to it later." "No, sir." The woman ushers them in and closes the door behind them. "It's your new apprentice." There's a pause, the sound of something screeching across the linoleum floor, and the break gives Izuku time to take in the room. There are 2 metal tables in the center, obviously from before World War III, considering the style. The surfaces are covered in glass beakers, tubes, and all manner of equipment, most of which Izuku recognizes. Despite this, however, there's an obvious organization to the whole thing, every object placed orthogonal to the other, with exact spacing. The rest of the room is like that, Izuku realizes. The distance between each object is eerily proportional, as though someone took a tape measure just to make sure of the lengths. The only part of the room which seems to have any sort of disarray is the desk in the left corner, which is piled high with papers and books. Other than that, it's spotless. Some form of obsessive-compulsive disorder? Izuku thinks. And then he sees the doctor. The man is tall but not freakishly so, skinny but not appearing to be malnourished. His thinning black hair is twisted into a bun at the back of his head, and his face is lined and craggy around his dark, intelligent eyes. Izuku knows that it's insane, impossible, but this doctor looks much older than 30. Maybe 40 or so. "Ah," he says, his gaze as sharp as a laser beam as it scans Izuku up and down. He doesn't bow or stick out his hand in greeting. "Midoriya, wasn't it?" Izuku is so flustered by the attention that it takes him a second to remember how to respond. He sketches a quick, polite bow and says, "Why, sir?" The doctor frowns slightly and looks up at the 2 who'd followed him in. He looks young. Izuku tries not to chafe at the way he's being ignored, but it's a close thing. He bites down on his lip and says nothing. The man snorts and finally says, "He's a genius, or something." HQ was going crazy over him. Apparently he came up with something that could SCK radiation from the surrounding area. For the first time since he entered this building, Izuku feels like someone is finally looking at him. Well, not at him. There have been plenty of people who have been staring at him all day, at his youth, at his face and his short legs, like they were wondering what he was doing here, in this official research and development lab. But the way the doctor is staring, the way his eyes pick apart his bone and pierce right down to the marrow. "So that was you," the doctor says thoughtfully, not quite a question, but not quite a statement either. "And so they've sent you to me." Izuku swallows hard, feeling like he wants to disappear now more than ever. "Yes." All Might touches down a block from the site where Best Jeanist last checked in. Izuku slides off his back, shaky and windswept from the flight. It's for this reason that it takes him a second to notice the sheer amount of carnage surrounding them. Izuku's seen a lot over his travels, but it's been a while since he's seen something do this much damage in such little time. All Might doesn't seem fazed in the slightest, however. He just rises to his feet, gaze skimming sightlessly, seeing everything and nothing at once. "You have a way to stop him, don't you?" All Might asks. "Why, yeah," Izuku says, shaking himself. He doesn't have time to freak out. He needs to stay focused. All Might nods shortly, and then he's taking off again, shooting through the air like a comet. Izuku watches him go, worrying his lip. He knows that All Might is a hero, that he's been doing this for years. He's even faced All for One before and survived. The man can take care of himself. And yet, he doesn't know the doctor like Izuku knows him. Izuku shakes the thought off and hurries down the street, sticking to shadows, doing his best to keep out of sight. There's the sound of a battle going on already, echoing up and down the street, punctuating the otherwise unbroken silence. Izuku doesn't have to go very far before he catches sight of it. It would be hard to miss it, honestly, what with them taking out a FING block. Izuku flattens himself against the wall, staring in horror as the smoke and dust rides around him, as the buildings crash to the ground as though in slow motion. He knows that there must be sound, must be the echo of concrete slamming into hard earth, but he can't hear it over the buzzing in his ears. His fingers tingle as though he stuck them into a socket, and then everything stops. and he can see everything. Bakugo and Tokoyami are surrounded on all sides by the villains. They're back to back, and though Izuku can't see their faces, he knows they must be putting up a brave front. They're that kind of people. All Might has already recovered from the previous hit, is already throwing himself at All for One. The doctor. Izuku wishes he had a second to breathe, to feel, to comprehend that the man he's been tracking for the past 5 years is right in front of him. He can't. He can think about it later. There is danger right here, right now, and he needs to focus. Also, from this angle Izuku can see a bunch of heads clustered behind a wall. Damn it, he thinks viciously, adjusting the settings on his plasma gun. Those kids. He can't think about them now, though. The far more pressing issue is that Tokoyami and Bakugo are right there in the middle of the fight. All Might can't go all out with them there, and neither can Izuku. Izuku darts from crumbled structure to crumbled structure, getting as close to the fighting as he can without being seen. It's not hard, though. All for One is distracted by his rival, the others distracted by Tokoyami and Bakugo. They probably don't care about one little, unassuming green-haired boy. He's counting on that underestimation. Izuku grits his teeth, rises to his feet and takes aim. The gun feels feather light in his hand, and it takes him less than a second to line up his shot. Muscle memory, easy as breathing. The plasma shot, adjusted so that it's much smaller than the shot that took out the Numu, soundlessly rips through the tips of Shigaraki's right pointer and middle finger. The boy freezes, staring at his hand like he's not sure. What just happened? The other villains don't even notice. Izuku aims again, and this time takes out the top half of Shigaraki's left pinky finger. This time Shigaraki lets out a scream, half pain and half rage, and falls to his knees, clutching his mutilated hands to his chest. He sounds more animal than human, and this time the others freeze, including Bakugo and Tokoyami. Izuku lets out a low, slow breath, and turns to face All for One. Though he can't see the man's face through the mask, Izuku can practically feel the surprise. Izuku lifts his chin, lets All for One see the defiance in his eyes. You thought you'd left me behind, hadn't you? You thought wrong. So long ago you called me a blindly loyal dog, faithfully following my masters until the end, but you were wrong. I am the dog of war who's been nipping at your heels all this time. And I was always going to find you. It's been 6 months since Izuku came to this lab, 3 months since his mother finally died, and 2 weeks since the doctor received his prognosis. More like a death sentence, Izuku thinks, daring a glance at the older man. He looks as old as he ever does. Izuku knows he's actually 33, but constantly squinting over his research has put a permanent curve in his back and premature wrinkles around his eyes, but with an added tension. It's not brain cancer, which is both a mercy and a curse, depending on how one looks at it. He'll have his mind, have the ability to do research and think clearly, right up until his death. On the other hand, he will have perfect lucidity as the acute radiation poisoning finally exacts its toll. But they're close. They're so close to their final goal, and Izuku bites down so hard that his jaw aches. He thinks if the research continues to go as well as it has the past few months, they might be able to save him, like they couldn't save his mother. After having worked in such close quarters with the man for so long, he's gotten fond. The doctor may be acerbic and cynical, but he's thoughtful and brilliant as well. He has the chance to do some real good, make a real difference beyond this medical technology he's dedicated his life to. Izuku doesn't want to lose him. Midoriya, the doctor says, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. Yes, sensei? He asks, shuffling the test tubes full of cells he'd been watching. Only one of them had been very promising, but one was better than none. The doctor hesitates, and that alone causes Izuku to finally look at the man. He's watching Izuku, really watching him. It's been a while since he felt that laser-sharp gaze, but it still cuts with unnerving precision. When he speaks, there's a strange note in his voice that Izuku can't place. Indulge an old man for a moment, won't you? Sure, Izuku responds, bewildered. He sets the test tubes aside and turns around fully on his stool so that they're facing each other. You're not satisfied with the work we're doing here? The doctor asks. The question only serves to confuse him even more, which is a strange experience for a person used to understanding concepts on the first go. He tilts his head to the side. Of course, why wouldn't I be? The doctor frowns, like he's dissatisfied with that answer, and quietly echoes, of course. Then he says, so you think the people of this world deserve to be saved? Izuku is struck dumb by the thought that he wouldn't think the people of this world deserve to be saved. Or more accurately, he's struck dumb by the idea that the people of this world deserve to die the slow, graceless deaths that they have been. What's the doctor getting at? Of course they deserve to be saved. Did my mother deserve to die? The doctor doesn't have the decency to look guilty or embarrassed with himself. He just nods, like he's filing that away for later, and then says, but it's humanity itself which was humanity's own undoing. There isn't a possibility that this is some divine punishment for our ancestors' hubris. Izuku is struck speechless for the second time that day. These thoughts aren't uncommon, of course. Extremists have been standing on street corners, screaming about deserved punishment and the like, since before Izuku was born. But he never would have expected for the doctor to have been a subscriber of that belief. I think that you and I have a fundamental difference of opinions. Izuku says stiffly, voice tight to avoid injecting any of the anger that's bubbling up into his words. He can't help his reproachful tone when he says, we're not here to pass judgment on whether or not people deserve to be saved. We're just here to save them. The doctor nods again and hums thoughtfully. For a second Izuku thinks he's going to pursue the topic, and his hackles begin to rise. He won't indulge this blasphemy any longer, not when there are lives on the line, mothers and fathers and children who won't live long enough to see their 10th birthdays. But the doctor only says, I apologize, I've offended you. That was never my intention. I was merely curious. Izuku doesn't believe that. There's something the doctor isn't saying, some direction this conversation might have taken had he answered differently. But the doctor is a steel trap on the best of days, and Izuku isn't in the mood to go deeper into his delusions of biblical comeuppance. So he just lets his temper die to a low simmer, and says, still stiff as a board, none taken. They don't speak of the subject again. Izuku regrets it every day that he didn't push harder. Because 2 months later, after they had completed their research and reversed the course of the doctor's future, he stole everything they'd ever worked for and ran. Izuku breaks eye contact with All for One and turns back to Tokoyami, Bakugo, and the villains surrounding them. As much as he'd like to join All Might in bringing down the beast, nothing can proceed while these two are here. Second order of business. Then, Izuku lifts his gun again, this time, aiming for one of the villains' kneecaps. It's the odd one who looks a bit like a lizard, and is still so stunned he's just staring at Izuku in shock. He pulls the trigger. No! The woman wearing the sunglasses shouts, and then the lizard man is being pulled out of the way by an invisible force so fast he crashes to the ground in a crumpled heap. The ball of plasma sails harmlessly into the distance. Izuku spares a glance toward Bakugo and Tokoyami. The two haven't moved, and a scowl crosses his face. What are you two doing? He screams, voice cracking. He flicks his left hand, and his whip snaps across the ground like a gunshot. Get out of here, I'll cover you. Then he presses the button on the lower half of the handle, and violet electricity flows down the length of his weapon. He snaps it again, but this time when it cracks it sounds like the rumble of nearby thunder. Golden sparks spit from the impact and then fade into nothing, snowflakes melting in the sun. Luckily, Bakugo's got a good head under pressure. He gives Izuku a short nod, then grabs Tokoyami's arm and starts pulling him along. The other boy gets the idea after a second, and starts running on his own. The four villains who are still in the fight, the lizard man, the guy who can turn people into marbles, and the magnet woman, and the girl try to pursue. Izuku responds by lifting his whip and snapping it again, all purple lightning in their paths. The lizard man is unfortunate enough to get hit. He lets out a scream and crumples, his body sizzling and sparking like it's a live wire. Come on! Izuku shouts, and shoots his plasma gun into the spaces around the villains with false bravado. Shigaraki, who is just staggering to his feet, flinches and falls backward again, eyes wide and horrified behind the hand on his face. Luckily the heat of the shot cauterized the wounds on his hands, otherwise Izuku might be seriously concerned about him bleeding out. I'm your opponent. The other villains are giving each other uncertain looks, as though suddenly realizing that this new threat may be a bit more dangerous than they expected. The lizard man still isn't moving. Then, in between one space and the next, a person appears beside him. Izuku gets away, shocked that someone managed to get so close without him knowing. He's already lined up his shot and is 2 seconds from pulling the trigger when he realizes that it's one of the heroes from the strategy meeting, the old man with the bright yellow shoes. "Sorry I'm late," he says, and then reaches out and carefully redirects the plasma gun so it's pointed toward the ground. "Although you look as though you had it under control." "Gran Torino!" All Might shouts. "You're late." Despite having apologized for this very thing not 2 seconds ago, Gran Torino turns and shouts, "You're just too fast." "Well," and Izuku turns around and stares at the sound of that familiar voice, of that familiar cadence. "Looks like you've single-handedly managed to turn the tables." Something shoots by Izuku's head, beams of black and violet that sing and crackle, alive in some strange way. They bypass Gran Torino as well, and strike right into the heart of Magnet Woman, who jarks and lets out a shout of surprise. And then the villains are all flying toward the portal. Shigaraki lets out a scream as he's dragged across the ground, his mutilated hands reaching aimlessly in front of him like a child reaching for a beloved parent. "Get them!" Gran Torino hisses and then vanishes. Izuku snaps his whip out and tries to catch one of them by the foot, but they're too fast, and he hasn't had enough practice hitting a moving target in a long time. "Wait no, Master!" Shigaraki cries, not even noticing when the older attempts to stop their escape and fails. "I'm not ready." "Tamura," All for One says, and Izuku's hands drop, his breath catching in his throat. Because when Izuku was the doctor's apprentice, when they were working together day after day, he never sounded like that. Emotional. Like he actually cared. "You will continue this war." Izuku wants to scream at Shigaraki as the portal slams shut, as the villains disappear from view. He wants to ask, how did you do it? How the hell did you convince him to care? Because maybe if he had been able to do the same thing, could he have stopped this? It's too late, Izuku tells himself, shaking the burn from his eyes and cracking his whip against the concrete, hearing it rumble and growl. "It's too late. I'll never know." "So you found me," All for One says, "far too close." Izuku looks up and finds himself face to face with the mask. "With the doctor. Let's talk." Izuku falls backward and lifts his gun at the same time, but he's just a second too slow. All for One wraps his hands around Izuku's neck and lifts him into the air, squeezing so hard that his vision goes dark for a second and his fingers go numb. He drops his gun. The only reason he doesn't drop his whip as well is because it's wrapped around his hand. "Midoriya!" All Might screams, but then Gran Torino is cursing as the two collide together and fall to the ground. Izuku watches them dazedly out of the corner of his eye, watches as his rescue falls to pieces. "I always wondered whether or not you would," All for One says matter-of-factly, like they're sitting next to each other in the lab, commenting on some new research. They used to do that all the time, sit next to each other during their lunch breaks, Izuku shy and starstruck, the doctor impassive. They used to dream up better worlds together. And here you are. How long did it take you? 4 years? 5. Izuku scrabbles uselessly at All for One's hands, digging his nails into the skin he finds there. "B," he mouths, but no sound comes out. All for One pps his head to one side, like a hawk observing a particularly difficult bit of prey. Then he drops Izuku to the ground, casual and unconcerned about any threat he may pose. He lands in a crumpled heap, gasping and choking for air. His throat burns with every breath, and his fingers tingle like he's just stuck them into a socket. But he's free and he's not dead, which means that there's a chance. He has a chance. He looks up just in time to see All for One throw Gran Torino at All Might again. The old man is looking worse for wear, and All Might lets out a shout of frustration when his fist makes impact with fragile ribs. "I'm trying to have a conversation here," All for One says. "Don't be rude. I'll get to you in a moment." Izuku flicks the arm of his bodysuit, and the whip wraps around All for One's legs. He presses both of the buttons this time, and violet lightning flickers down the length of All for One, setting him alight. Nothing happens. All for One stares down at Izuku, disdainful. He tolerates it for a few seconds, before letting out a sigh and kicking Izuku in the stomach. Still so impudent. You never learn, do you? Izuku jiges, and turns his head sideways so he doesn't choke on his bile. His stomach aches, and there's a sharp, familiar pain beneath his shaking hands. Please, not now, he begs silently. Please, hold on a little longer. I've almost won. He pushes himself upright onto his elbow and forces a grin onto his face. And you continue to underestimate me, you be. All for One could have dodged if he'd wanted to, but he hadn't. Izuku knows this to be true. But he hadn't because he wanted to impress on Izuku the fact that he's won, that he's on top, that nothing Izuku does to him could hurt him in any way. Izuku knows the doctor's hubris like the back of his own hand. All for One tilts his head to one side again, and takes a step forward. And then shudders. His knee goes one way, his body the other, and he crumples to the ground beside Izuku. What? All for One mutters, trying to push himself up onto his elbows. He can't, though, because his whole body is spasming like something is trying to escape from under his skin. He scrabbles at the mask, but his coordination is so off that he just ends up pawing uselessly at his face. What did you do? What did you do to me? Izuku starts laughing, not stopping when he can suddenly taste copper at the back of his throat. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see All Might approaching, Gran Torino cradled in his arms. I figured it out, you know? You weren't subtle, you BSTRD. You found the main timeline, didn't you? All for One freezes, except for the involuntary spasms running through his whole body. You were the one who created the first quirk, weren't you? Izuku continues, vicious and triumphant. He's had his suspicions ever since the beginning, when the first quirk just so happened to randomly come into being. Stuff like that doesn't just happen, and the doctor was the most prolific geneticist of their dimension ever. You created the first quirk, and you used radiation to power it. That's why every person in this dimension has way more radiation than anywhere else. Quirks borrow power from radiation, don't they? And you, with so much more radiation than anyone else, has the capacity for hundreds of quirks. You could essentially become a god. All for One rolls onto his stomach and lets out a horrible choking sound, like a piece of food has just gone down the wrong pipe, only worse. Izuku cringes away from him involuntarily. That sound is far too reminiscent of the one the zombies made several dimensions ago. Then he pushes forward, dragging his whip behind him, and rises into a sitting position at All for One's side. The man reaches for him desperately, but Izuku leans back before they can make contact. He doesn't want to know what the doctor is capable of doing to him, even when he's being torn apart by his own quirks. Izuku continues speaking though, because he's never known how to stop running his mouth to this man, even now. But I can rip the radiation from your molecules, remember? He says, grinning through his bloody teeth. We developed this technology together, remember? When I've taken all the radiation from your bones, how many quirks do you think you'll be able to hold before it tears you apart? Before you turn into one of those mindless monsters like your Nomu? All for One makes another desperate grab for Izuku, but he just jarks out of the way. You can't stop me, he snarls, his voice darker and wilder than Izuku's ever heard it. He sounds more animal than he ever has, and part of Izuku is pleased that the man is losing his composure. Izuku leans over the doctor, lets his triumphant grin fade into bared teeth. Let them both descend to this level then, this undignified humanity where their emotions are laid out for all to see. Let the world see them for what they are, two beings who experienced the same suffering but chose to learn such different messages. I can, he says, and I have. But All for One has one last card to play. Of course he does. He would not be the doctor, Izuku's mentor, if he did not have one last card to play. He reaches out, quick as a snake, and grabs Izuku's collar. He drags him down so they're nose to mask, the doctor made all the more ominous by the lack of any defining features. All for One's hand is still red where Izuku had tore at it just a minute earlier. Don't you want to know what happened to him? All for One hisses, voice coarse and rough through his pain. His many quirks are still tearing at him, burning him from the inside out, but Izuku knows that he's had worse. It's no different from the cancer. The Izuku of this dimension? Izuku freezes. I found him a few years ago. He was you but not so innocent. Malleable. I thought I could bring him around to see my way of thinking. No, Izuku whispers, arms straining, trying to pull away from this man, this horrible truth. No, he was just like you though, all for one laughs, wet and despicable. Too stubborn to see the truth. I couldn't bring him into my plans, but he made an excellent test subject. Quirkless. A rarity. Izuku is shaking now, his breath coming hot and fast. This universe's Izuku isn't him, they aren't the same person, but he's still shaking under the force of the memory that isn't his. There's a resonance in his bones and his heart of shared pain, and he knows it's all true. Did you see him earlier? With the other Nomu? All for one smiling beneath his mask. He's found the CHK in Izuku's armor, and he's going to dig for all it's worth, until he reaches bone. I sent him after you and All Might. Did you kill him? Or was it Endeavor? Izuku is silent for a second. His mind is perfectly blank, wiped clean like an etch-a-sketch. Then he rears back with a scream and punches All for one in the mask, in the throat, anywhere he can reach. He knows it's stupid even as he does it, that it's futile, but All for one catches his punch. Got you, he says. Black and violet erupts from him and pierces Izuku in the stomach, and for a second there's no pain, only the blank numbness of shock. Until there is, and it's all Izuku can do to scream. Izuku takes another bite of his sandwich and swings his short legs back and forth, back and forth. Both the doctor and his mother have told him that he'll get taller one day, but he's not sure if he believes them. He's got his mother's genes, after all, and she never surpassed 5 feet 2 inches. What are you thinking of? The doctor asks, low and curious. Izuku looks up and smiles innocently at the man, all good humor. Nothing. What about you? The doctor smiles back. It's a tiny thing, but it's still there, and that makes something warm and slow and happy bubble up from his heart. It's such a rarity to see this man smile. He constantly acts like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, and while it's an apt enough statement, the stress still isn't good for him. Running to the stars, the doctor says. Leaving this place behind and just traveling forever. No responsibilities, no radiation. Just the limitless potential of eternity and I. Izuku laughs at that ridiculous, impossible sentiment. Obviously it's a joke. That sounds nice. Impossible, but nice. That's not really what you were thinking about though, right? The doctor pauses for a second, an odd light in his eye, an odd tension in his jaw. It's gone before Izuku can really parse out its meaning, replaced by a tired grin. Yeah, you got me. He looks away and repeats, from a million miles away, you got me. Midoriya has been screaming for the past 30 seconds. Shudo has only known this boy for 3 weeks, but the sound of that agonized wailing is clenching aching fingers around his heart. It doesn't matter if Shudo watched Midoriya shoot off the tips of a villain's fingers not 2 minutes ago. Midoriya is screaming and in pain, and Shudo wants to start screaming right along with him. It doesn't help that All Might can't get Midoriya off of the villain. Spikes of black and purple shoot up every time he tries to get close, and Midoriya is lying more or less on top of All for one. All Might can't get to the villain without hurting Midoriya. We have to do something, Shudo hisses to his companions. Shinso is curled up against the wall, his hands over his ears. He's twice as pale, twice as wan as usual, and Shudo feels kinda bad. Shinso never asked for Class 1, not really. He was originally in the general course, and only transferred over after taking the first spot on the podium in the sports festival, above Bakugo and Shudo. The point is, Shinso wasn't there for USJ. He wasn't there during Hosu when Ida got his arm half cut off, when their recklessness killed a pro hero. This insanity is new to him. He'd looked so excited when they'd first left, had been bold and confident when he first put on his disguise. He crumpled the second he felt All for one's oppressive influence. Yaoyorozu is equally pale, but she's taking it better than Shinso is. She's thinking at the very least, her dark eyes flickering aimlessly over everything and nothing. Her gaze darts to Shudo's when he speaks, but he can see that she has no idea what they're supposed to do. Ida has an arm wrapped around Shinsu's shoulders, and if looks could kill then Shudo would be dead twice over. Ida only came along to keep them out of trouble, and getting involved is the exact opposite of that. The screaming must be getting to him as well though, because his shoulders slump and he looks away. Kirishima is the only one who actually seems optimistic. Yeah. We can't just sit here. We have to, Ida says, but even that sounds unsure. We're not allowed to use our quirks. Shudo rolls his eyes impatiently. We're breaking the rules just by being here. We have to do something. Ida looks uncertainly down at Shinso, like he already knows what Shudo is suggesting but he doesn't want to verbalize it. And then the screaming stops. Shudo scrabbles to see over the wall again, hoping against all hope that All Might has finally broken through, managed to pull Midoriya away from the person who would hurt him so badly. He hasn't. Nothing's changed, except that Midoriya is slumped over like he's unconscious. That's exactly what happened, Shudo realizes with horror. Midoriya is pierced through with those weird black and purple spikes, and he's finally passed out. In one way it's a mercy. He's no longer screaming. In another way, it's terrifying. What if he's dead? Shudo turns away from that horrible sight, from that horrible thought, and grabs Shinsu's shoulder. The other boy's eyes fly open and he jerks away, fear warring with desperation on his face, but Shudo doesn't let go. Instead he drags a hand away from Shinsu's ear and begs, "Please, Shinso. You need to help him." "Todoroki-kun," Ida says sharply. "That is quite enough." "Shinso," Shudo says urgently, and Yaoyorozu isn't saying anything to stop him and neither is Kirishima. They're all looking at Shinso now, and even Ida is reluctantly watching the boy huddled beneath his arm. Shinso just shakes his head though, just clamps his hands harder over his ears. "Shinso, please. Please, you have to help him. He could be dying." "Shinso, I could die," he shouts back, squeezing his eyes shut and curling over his knees. "This is dangerous. All Might can't stop him, then what the hell can we do? Why the F are we here?" Yaoyorozu's eyes are sympathetic, but then she chances a glance over the wall again, and whatever she sees hardens her resolve. Shudo doesn't dare look. She lets out a deep, resigned sigh, and shuffles around so that she's facing Shinso. As gentle as Shudo has ever seen her, Yaoyorozu lays her hands over Shinsu's and waits. He curls himself in a little further at her touch, but when nothing else happens he finally opens his eyes. Yaoyorozu smiles at him, and there's so much compassion in that gaze that Shudo feels it right down to his core, even though it's not even directed toward him. Shinso looks like he's going to start bawling. "Shinso," she says. Ida looks away. "You're the only one who can help him. Please, Shinso." Shinso stares at her for a second with his wide, purple eyes. He looks to Shudo, who stares back anxiously, who has never asked for anything else before this. He looks to Ida, whose gaze is fixed somewhere far away. And finally he looks to Kirishima. "We got you, dude," Kirishima says encouragingly. "We'll be right there next to you." Shinso doesn't look reassured, though. The desperate hope on his face is fading, replaced with resignation and betrayal. He looks as though they're forcing him to sign his death warrant. Shudo wants to feel bad about it, he really does. But Midoriya is over there suffering God knows what, and if Shinso can just get all for one to respond. Finally, Shinso nods. He lowers his hands from his ears and puts them to the ground, pushes himself upright. Ida helps the other boy stand, like that can make up for what they're doing to him. Yaoyorozu lays her hand on Shinsu's shoulder, and Shudo stands up next to them. Kirishima follows a second later. Shinso looks over the wall, and finally sees Midoriya. His steps stutter. He puts his hand on the wall and rocks forward a little. "Midoriya," he whispers. "Help him," Shudo begs. Shinso nods like it's the only thing he can do, all his hesitance gone now that he knows his friend is in such peril. He takes a deep breath and shouts, voice shaky and terrified but determined all the same, "Hey, ugly." All Might's head jerks around. He stares at the five of them, disbelieving, before his gaze begins to dissolve into fury. And then he notices who shouted and he goes very still, very quiet. He obviously knows that Shinso is Midoriya's best chance, even if he doesn't like it. What kind of weak butt sheet is this? Shinso continues. He hesitates for a second and then scales the wall, walks forward with a bravado and boldness that's so genuine Shudo almost believes it himself. The other four follow, a retinue ready to step in the second things go south. What are you beating up a kid for, huh? What kind of a coward does that? You've got All Might right there. Let him go. All for One's head rolls sideways, and Shudo knows that he's looking at them now. But it's obvious that, even if he has done research on Class 1A, he's not in his right mind enough to remember Shinso's quirk. You know nothing, All for One snarls, voice low and dark and full of malice. And then he stops, the tension, the life, draining from him all at once, like water running through a sieve. The purple and black spikes retract from Midoriya's body like they'd never been, and All Might is there to catch him before he can touch the ground, backlit by the light of 100 cameras going off at once and the screams of the crowd. And it's over. Izuku does not dream. He is surrounded by perfect darkness on all sides, cloying and cold. It burrows under his skin, crawls down his throat and fills up his insides, until he thinks that he might burst. But he does not dream. Time passes in increments, in years that stretch into lifetimes, in one heartbeat that bleeds into the next. He is aware of it just as he is unaware of it. He can tell you how many seconds it's been since he first came to be in this place, and he cannot tell you what day or month or year it is for the life of him. If he is alive. He's not sure. Is it strange for a living being to be this cold in life? I think, therefore I am, a tiny voice in the back of his head says defiantly. I exist, so I'm not dead. But who knows what follows death? When we final shuffle off this mortal coil, do we sleep? Do we dream? Shakespeare exists in all universes. Izuku likes that a lot. He likes that he can say elbow and no one gives him an odd look, and if he says, break the ice, people will nod along knowledgeably, even if they don't know where it's from. Continuity is nice, being understood and understanding in return it's nice. He's never known a universe that didn't appreciate a good Shakespeare. Things get lost so easily to time, to famine, to disease. Just like Izuku. He's been lost for a long time. A third of his life has seen him drifting aimlessly from dimension to dimension, staying just long enough to ascertain that his target isn't there before he leaves again. Home is a foreign concept, a memory he can't quite pin down the feeling of. But he's here now, in the darkness. He's been here for what feels like ages, and he thinks it wouldn't be so bad to rest, to sleep. The darkness is oppressive, yes, but it makes him feel safe, too. It makes him feel like he never has to hurt or do anything he doesn't want to do ever again. He thinks of Hamlet. Thinks of the old color video he'd watched, the way the words slipped sibilant off the actor's tongue. To sleep. To dream. Maybe the guy was on to something. But like all living things, Izuku has to wake up eventually. He surfaces into consciousness, and the first thing he notices is that he feels wrong. Like his insides were taken out, stretched, and then stuffed back inside his skin. He opens his eyes, and the second things he notices are the silhouettes. People but not quite, like an echo has taken up actions that happened minutes ago and put them on repeat. Izuku's eyebrows furrow as he stares. A new side effect of the radiation poisoning? Hey, a voice says, and Izuku looks over at whoever's sitting at his bedside. It's Yagi, face twice as pale, twice as long as it usually is. He's covered in bandages, which only serves to make him look even more washed out than he already is. He's still twice as solid as the echoes still moving around his room. No. Izuku is relieved. Yai-sen, he whispers, his voice hoarse and dry like he's been screaming. Oh yeah, he thinks dumbly. That's because I was. The battle comes back to him a little at a time. Shooting off the tips of Shigaraki's fingers, rescuing Bakugo and Tokoyami, getting kicked in the stomach by All for One. Getting pierced through by those purple and black spikes. The Izuku from this world. Try not to speak, Yagi says gently, and helps him drink a few sips from a cup of water beside his bed. A nurse comes in and takes Izuku's temperature, and it takes a second for him to realize that she's following the same path that the echoes had taken earlier. The echoes are following Yagi around too, and Izuku stares, trying to figure out what they are. Are you feeling okay? Nod yes or no. Izuku makes a SOSO gesture with his hand, then makes a questioning scribbling motion before Yagi can push it. He needs something to write with so he can ask what the hell happened after he passed out. Then, to his shock, color appears in the air beneath where his fingertips just were. Izuku stares in shock for a second as the color, a bright neon green, hangs for a moment before fading into nothing. He lifts his hands up and stares at his fingers, trying to figure out if this is just another weird hallucination. When he looks up at Yagi though, the man just looks grim. Let me explain what happened, Yagi says wearily, and the feeling of heavy limbs and numbness prickles over Izuku in a rush. Apparently those purple and black spears are what All for One used to both steal and dispense quirks. Which is hardly a surprise, but All for One's body had been going unstable due to the fact that he could no longer contain all the quirks he held. He chose the nearest person to help share the load. He deposited an unknown quantity of quirks in you, Yagi says, tired and shaky, while Izuku looks on in growing horror. We know you can handle them since you're so full of radiation, but we still don't know what the full effects are going to be. Izuku hesitates for a second, before scrawling his finger across the air. Again the neon green tracks. Behind it, leaving bright smudges behind. He shakes his head, then writes because he's always been good at adapting, so what am I supposed to do? Yagi shrugs. We'd like you to keep a list of all the quirks that you discover, but I'm afraid we can't do much more than that. Izuku bites his lip, then writes, Am I dangerous? Yagi doesn't answer. Izuku flops back onto the pillow and presses the palms of his hands into his eye sockets, feeling small and helpless. They don't know what he's capable of, and that scares him more than anything else. What if he accidentally kills someone? And Yagi's tiredness is grinding into his bones, turning them to dust. He scrubs his eyes a couple more times and then lowers his hands so they're cupped around his cheeks. He narrows his eyes at Yagi, then reaches up and writes, You should really get some sleep. Yagi asks, confused. How do you mean? Izuku goes to write, Because you're exhausted and it's making me exhausted and it's really not a good idea for the both of us to be like this. But then he pauses. Because yeah, it's easy to see when someone is tired, but for him to be feeling it just as strongly as Yagi? And he knows it's Yagi's tiredness and not his, because it's a foreign sensation in a way he can't explain. I think I can feel it, Izuku writes slowly. I can feel how tired you are. They're quiet for a second as they both digest that. Huh, Yagi says. So far, these quirks of yours are relatively benign. Izuku glares at Yagi, because he knows the doctor, and the doctor was aiming to hurt. He's left some nasty surprises behind. They just don't know what they are yet. Also, I forgot to mention. You have some people waiting to see you. Izuku stares up at Yagi, mostly because Yagi's echo has gotten up and exited the room, and can't help but croak out, Really? Then, with a touch of trepidation, Is it safe? Yagi shrugs. I'm still alive, aren't I? That's probably not as reassuring as he thinks it is. Izuku nods at the man, then watches as he gets up and leaves the room in the exact same manner, the exact same wake as his echo. Future vision, he thinks. Just a couple of seconds, but I can see the path that someone is planning to take. That's not surprisingly useful. Then, the echoes of 4 people walk into the room. Their faces are blurred, their colors mottled like someone made an oil painting and then smeared the image into obscurity. They crowd around his bed, ghostly and unreal, and Izuku instinctively shrinks away from them. He's only just started to notice that the echoes are really creepy. Midoriya. Izuku looks up from the visions dancing around him, and feels himself relax when the real Shinso, Todoroki, All Might and Yaoyorozu practically run into the room. None of them appear to be injured except for All Might, which is a relief. But at the same time, the waves of exhaustion, joy, worry washing over him has him clutching at his own head. They're just too much. The 4 of them clatter to a stop. Midoriya? Todoroki asks, his voice soft and hesitant. Gimme a minute. He grits out, trying to untangle himself from the knot of emotions that are threatening to overwhelm him. That villain forced some quirks on him, and one is an empathy quirk, All Might explains in a low voice. He just needs a little space. Yaoyorozu gasps and says, "Is that safe?" "I'm fine," Izuku rasps, lifting his head from the cradle of his hands. He forces a smile on his face, but from the look on hers, it must not be very reassuring. He is feeling better though. He's kind of figuring out that he can skim the surface of their emotions. As long as he can parse out what's his and what isn't, it's not overwhelming. It'll just take some getting used to, I promise. "Can you turn it off?" Todoroki asks anxiously. Izuku finally looks up at the other boy, finally takes in the worry and happiness radiating off of him, mixed with something that he can only describe as pink. Then he shakes off the emotions and looks at Todoroki's face, really examines him. The soft curve of his cheek, the tired line of his jaw, the way his hair hangs limply over his brow. His clothes are rumpled and covered with dust, and he probably hasn't changed since the whole debacle started. He looks a mess. Izuku smiles despite himself, feeling his eyebrows draw together ever so slightly. "No, I can't. Not yet, anyway." Yaoyorozu shifts, and when he looks at her, her eyes are shuttered and her expression is politely blank. She has questions about what she saw then, and the others will too as soon as they remember themselves. It's not something that Izuku wants to talk about yet, though. He doesn't want to have to weather their disbelief, their suspicion, until after he feels a little more like a human being. The person who's the most anxious out of all of them is being the most quiet, so Izuku turns to look at Shinso. The other boy's shoulders are curved over like he's trying to hunch into himself, his whole posture screaming uncertainty. "Shinso?" Izuku asks. The other boy hunches over a little more at the sound of his own name, but then he reaches out and grabs Izuku's hand, like he can't quite help himself. Shinsu's future echo is pulled to sit on the side of the bed. "Shinso?" He asks again. That was, Shinso hunches over, and then both hands are clutching Izuku's. That was really scary. Izuku tugs Shinso closer, until he has to turn and sit on the bedside to avoid falling over. He opens up his arms, and Shinso only hesitates for a second before crashing into him, wrapping his arms around Izuku's back and burying his face into his shoulder. He's shaking subtly, terrified, and his bones feel small and fragile under Izuku's fingertips. They're just kids, Izuku thinks, pressing his hand to the back of Shinsu's head. Yaoyorozu is looking away, her dark eyes gleaming. Todoroki is staring at his hands, and there's a faint drop of guilt in Izuku's stomach. "He saved you," Yaoyorozu whispers. "Shinso saved you. With his quirk." Izuku wonders if being saved was worth this putrid fear, this shaking relief at being alive, this guilt, this overwhelming relief. He hides his face in Shinsu's hair and decides to stop thinking about it. Time passes. Tsukachi comes to tell Izuku that they're currently going through All for One's hideout. They're finding a lot of really weird stuff, which apparently looks very similar to the kind of technology that Izuku carries. Not only that, but the computer files they're going through bears a startling resemblance to Izuku's own bastardized notes. He's optimistic about them being able to finish compiling everything within the next few days. "We'd really like to have you on site," Tsukachi says apologetically. "But since this is sensitive material, and we don't know whether or not your quirks could contaminate them somehow." Izuku wants to be relieved at the fact that his search has come to an end. He wants to shout at Tsukachi that this is what he's been tracking for 5 years now, that he's given his life to this and he needs to be there. But he's too tired. All for One, the doctor, is weakened and imprisoned in Tartarus, and his technology is in custody. That's enough. He doesn't want to think about anything else. Not the quirks rolling beneath his skin, not the fact that he'll have to go home soon. But then Tsukachi mentions the Numa factory they found, row upon row of monster transformed by the doctor's horrific experiments. "Do you think I could visit?" Izuku asks hesitantly. "In a few days?" "Why?" Tsukachi asks incredulously. Izuku explains. "So what are we looking for?" Todoroki asks. Izuku can feel fascinated horror rising off the other boy, but he mentally slides the feeling away and says, "Just a Numu with green eyes." "Maybe. I don't know." It's been 3 days since he woke up in the hospital, and he's finally been given permission to take a short day trip on account of him not technically being injured. Yagi had tried to argue, but once Izuku had explained what he wanted to do, he had crumbled. He needs to do this. He's been going insane in his hospital bed, and there's only so many quirk tests he can go through before he starts to get restless. Todoroki had been entering the hospital room right when Izuku had been leaving, and had decided to tag along. He'd been perhaps even more insistent on coming when Izuku had explained their intended destination. Izuku has no idea why, though. He hasn't explained what they're doing here yet. He's still not sure what he's going to say when Todoroki inevitably asks. Todoroki hesitates for a second, and Izuku thinks that this is it. This is the moment he loses his patience and raises the question. But he doesn't, just says, comfortable and calm, okay. Izuku shakes his head and stares into the eyes of the next Numu, searching for any sign of familiarity. He's not sure if the Izuku all for one turned into a Numu is still alive. Maybe he or Endeavor really did kill them, but he has to look. If all for one really did turn him into a monster, then Izuku has a responsibility to make it right somehow. The warehouse around them is dead quiet, surrounded by yellow police tape. Tsukachi had explained that they tended to go through the space in teams, and right now the teams are all taking breaks. The echoes and fragments of emotions that have been chasing him all day are blissfully absent. Even Yagi hadn't come in with them, too busy fielding questions from the press to take an hour out of his day. It's just them and the lines of Numu staring blankly down at them. Finally, Izuku can't help himself. It's too quiet, the air too charged. So, when Izuku turns around, Todoroki is staring at him blankly. He is genuinely, actually confused. "You're not going to ask?" he says impatiently, gesturing around at the monsters, at himself. "About me?" Todoroki thinks about that for a second, his head tilted to one side, hands jammed into his pockets. Then he says, "Do you want me to?" Izuku gapes, taken aback by the matter-of-fact tone. Todoroki means it too. Then Izuku closes his mouth, lets his eyes drift downward. The guilty relief he feels is so fierce that it makes his heart ache. Not yet. "I'll tell you about it, I promise, but not yet." "Okay," Todoroki says simply, nodding like he's fine with this half-hearted answer. His echo precedes him farther down the line of Numu, and Izuku is almost shocked when Todoroki actually follows suit rather than pursuing the issue. "Just like that?" he asks in a small voice. Todoroki smiles at him faintly. "Just like that." Izuku watches him move, watches his face as he looks up into the eyes of the Numu, and is for a second so grateful for his presence that it's hard to breathe. The sensation passes though, and Izuku lets out a shaky gust of air before turning back to the monsters. He doesn't actually expect to find what he's looking for, so when the echoes of something big and black reaching toward him encroach on his vision, he's too surprised to parse out what it means until it's too late. The Numu wraps its arms around him, squeezing him to its chest. It lets out a horrible noise, half rasp, half shriek, and suddenly Izuku is lifted from the ground and pressed against a large, corded shoulder. Todoroki shouts his name, but Izuku knows that there's nothing he can do from the strength in the creature's arms and the way it's still screaming with unrestrained pain and fury. If it wants him dead, it has the capacity to crush him in seconds. Then Izuku turns his head sideways, and he freezes. There, staring out at him from the depths of a hollow, warped face, is a very familiar green eye. "Todoroki!" Izuku screams, wiggling his arm out of the tight hold and waving frantically as best he can. "Stop! Stop moving, just stop!" "Midoriya!" Todoroki gasps out, and the fear that's rising off of him makes Izuku's mouth taste like ash. "Give me a second. He can fix this. He can do something about this." He turns his face back toward the creature and looks it dead in the eye, places his free hand against the creature's face. In a voice he normally uses when talking to animals or small children, he says, "Hey, come on. Look at me. Look at me." The Numu either doesn't hear him or can't understand his words, because it lets out another scream and tightens its grip. Izuku feels his bones creak and can't suppress a short gasp of agony. Todoroki's anxiety presses down on the inside of his skull. "Midoriya Izuku." He grits out with what little air he has left. That's you, isn't it? Midoriya Izuku. Your mom's name is Inko and you ah. He's cut off by the arms going just that much tighter, and something snaps in his chest. It hurts, and Izuku suddenly realizes that he is going to die, right here, crushed to death by the monster that his other self has become. Oh, he thinks distantly, the irony. But then he realizes something strange. The squeezing has stopped. The grip is loosening, actually, giving him some space to breathe. Izuku looks up, catching that tortured green eye again. It's different than it was before, though. There's dot awareness, and he can feel something now, some distant emotion touching at the corners of his consciousness. It's looking at him. Actually seeing him now, his face, his eyes, not just looking. Hello, Izuku says shakily, and presses his hand against the creature's face again. Hi. This must be really weird for you, huh? The monster waffles and shifts about, hot air blowing through the air over Izuku's head, like it's not quite sure what to do. Then it lets out a deep sigh and sits cross-legged on the ground, Izuku cradled in its arms like a toy. It's still staring at him, drinking in his features with wide, unfathomable eyes. Hesitantly, Izuku turns around and settles more comfortably into its lap, still wary for it to turn on him again. He doesn't think it will, though. Something about the way it's holding him, suddenly gentle after the wild violence from earlier. He's 15, Izuku thinks, and the thought strikes through him, right into his soul. He blinks back tears from his eyes, then turns and smiles up at the Numu. I'm Izuku too, see? We're the same. He chokes out a laugh. Sorry I'm late. I don't suppose he told you about me about us. Sorry. The monster keens, a low, mournful sound that echoes through all the empty spaces of the warehouse. Todoroki lets out a shuddering breath behind them, and Izuku wants to shout at him to be quiet, but the Numu doesn't even twitch. Instead, it curls Izuku's head into its shoulder and waffles again. Izuku feels something wet fall onto the top of his head. It's crying. And then he really does start to weep. Great, heaving sobs against this monster's side, mourning the little boy that it was, the bright little boy it should have been. It hurts. He's experienced so many things over the past 5 years, but somehow this one hurts the most. I'm sorry, he tells it through his gasps. I'm so sorry. His crying tapers off bit by bit, leaving hollow bereavement behind. He sits in the circle of the Numu's arms and hates himself for feeling safe. Hates himself for finding the warmth comforting. Just hates himself and the doctor for ruining this boy's life. Finally he looks up, but there's nothing left. The creature stares blankly into empty space, arms loose over Izuku's shoulders, like it's just another mindless doll. Just an empty house with no one home. Here is all the stuff that was found in All for One's basement, Tsukachi says, gesturing to a clinically clean metal table piled with familiar equipment. Izuku can't help but boggle at it wordlessly. Everything is in much worse condition than he remembers, though he supposes that it has been 200 years. We have no idea what any of them are supposed to do, as the notes are in your written language, so we've been treating them as though they were very dangerous. We were hoping you could give us more information. Probably wise, Izuku responds faintly, getting as close as he dares. There's a wide crack in the body of one of the radiation sensors. It's not necessarily dangerous, but it is concerning. Then he points to one of them. You shouldn't mess with this one too much. It depletes radiation from cells. Although All for One definitely made some adjustments to it. Izuku will have to look at the notes to understand its new functions. Tsukachi nods solemnly. And the rest? Izuku's frown deepens as he continues to study the technology. It looks like he's added functions to all of this. I can't say whether or not it's safe to handle until I take a look at the notes. Noted, Tsukachi responds, then picks up the laptop at his side and places it in front of Izuku. You have access to all the notes. We'll need to know if you find anything particularly threatening, but otherwise, all of this is yours. Izuku pauses at that, staring up into Tsukachi's face in surprise. You're just going to let me take all this home? He's been expecting resistance, pleased to let them try and deconstruct the technology so they can replicate it before he goes. Tsukachi looks at him for a second, trepidation and weary amusement playing at the corners of his eyes. He looks tired, not that Izuku can blame him. Listen, no offense. You're a great kid. But I think that this world isn't prepared to handle another you or another all for one. I just want this gone before anyone else gets any bright ideas. Izuku chokes on a surprised laugh. No arguments there. Just give me a few days to go through all of this, and I can take these off your hands. Tsukachi smiles at him, small but genuine. It's the most Izuku has seen him relax in the past few days, like the idea of washing his hands of this mess is enough to make him feel better. That would be fantastic, thanks. I'm also going to have to figure out how to get rid of all my new quirks, he continues, biting his lip. The process of discovering new quirks, figuring out how they work and interact with the world around him, has been an especially trying challenge. He started with the empathy quirk, the future sight quirk, and the ability to write in the air. The other quirks have been far more subtle. Izuku realized after a day or so that he has to have some sort of regeneration quirk or radiation resistance quirk, as he no longer has to take his pills for the radiation poisoning. One quirk allows him to immediately figure out the ingredients that went into a food that he's eaten. Another lets him change colors to blend in with his environment like a chameleon when he's nervous. But the subtlety of them, the passivity, is as ominous as a strong wind on a clear day. Because the doctor is mean, he was aiming to hurt, and all of these quirks have been benign. Izuku sometimes wonders if he received a harmful quirk at all, if the cruelty was in the uncertainty of whether or not one of the quirks was insidious. Mind games. The doctor was always good at them. To Izuku's surprise, Tsukachi shifts uncomfortably. What is it? Izuku, Tsukachi begins delicately. Have you considered keeping them? Or one at least? Izuku's mind goes blank for a second. Keep one? I mean no, he says, befuddled. Panic takes a quiet place beside the rhythmic beating of his heart. It's not my world, you know? Not my powers. Don't ask me to stay. Please don't ask me to stay. I might just say yes. I can't say yes. I see, Tsukachi says, watching Izuku's face carefully. Then he takes a deep breath. Izuku, don't. The words slip out of his mouth before he can stop himself. Please. I can't, he ducks his head, fights back the burn of tears behind his eyes. He knows that staying is impossible, he knows. But he hasn't wanted something this badly since his mother died. I have responsibilities. Please, don't. Tsukachi is quiet for a moment, and then a warm hand presses down on the top of Izuku's head. He looks up just enough to see the sad, resigned smile. Okay. Tsukachi tells him. Then he adds, almost like an afterthought, I'm sorry. Point to where Aizawa will be going. Izuku watches the man's echo, and then indicates his intended route. But then he pauses, surprised, because the echo has vanished. It's gone. Aizawa looks at him. I deliberately decided not to move since you knew my route anyway. So intent matters. Izuku doesn't have to see it to know that someone is taking notes behind the glass. He already has several notebooks worth of information stored in his brain for later. Toshinori and Izuku had thought it a good idea to appraise Aizawa of the situation. He'd been right in the middle of it, after all. The other man hadn't taken very long to convince. Apparently something had been bothering him about Izuku since they first met, and he was just relieved that Izuku wasn't a spy. For the villains or something. The speaker buzzes and pops again. Toshinori's voice filters through again. Okay, now tell us what Aizawa is feeling. Izuku glances at Aizawa, who is glaring over at the one-way glass, and looking very much like he's against his emotions being read aloud. I'd rather he didn't. Aizawa, please. Aizawa holds onto his glare for a second longer, before nodding with an annoyed sigh. Izuku winces at the knot of emotions in his stomach, then tentatively says, he's irritated, tired, exasperated. The pause. I see. Toshinori seems to be as intimidated by the teacher as Izuku is. You're doing a great job. What about your chameleon quirk? Have you been able to control that one at all? No, Izuku responds, clenching his fists at his side, frustrated. It only works when I'm nervous and want to hide. Aizawa hums. All right, Toshinori says, abruptly apologetic. Time for the surprise test. Izuku's eyebrows furrow in confusion. Surprise? He only gets the one word out before an echo encroaches on his vision and he lunges backward, a second before Aizawa punches him in the stomach. He wheezes as all the air escapes from his lungs at once and black spots cross his vision, but he lets his knees buckle so he can roll out of the way. Surprise test, he thinks hysterically. And then something roils in his veins, like the tide coming in. He throws out a hand and screams, "Stop!" He can feel. Aizawa's heart beats fast beneath his fingertips. Death crawls under his skin, a miasma of despair and darkness, and it would change him, it is changing him, the radiation that boils, and he tears desperately at his hair, tries to stop the onslaught of something. He doesn't know what it is, but it frightens him in a way he can't articulate. And then it stops. Izuku gasps as the tension bleeds from him, one hand still clenched in his hair. He breathes in and out, ragged and harsh, trying to feel normal again, feel like a person and not a shifting mass of nebulous energy. He finally looks up and meets Aizawa's red eyes. The other man appears to be very calm but in a deliberate way, the way an adult does when they're freaked out but unwilling to show it to a child. The effort is wasted on Izuku. He can feel the fright like a rock in his stomach. There's a beat of silence. Toshinori says slowly. What was that? Izuku shakes his head, trying not to GG at the memory. I don't know. He hesitates before adding, you attacked me, and something just reacted. You were surrounded by something that looked like a black miasma, Aizawa tells him, reassuringly calm. It started reaching out for me, and then it surrounded you. You looked. He thinks about it for a second before settling on, hazy. It's probably a good thing that it didn't touch you, Izuku admits, even as he wonders what hazy even means. Whatever the hell it wasn't something with the intent to help. But it only reacted when he attacked you, right? Toshinori interjects. Izuku bites his lip and nods slowly. Right. So you just have to avoid getting into trouble until you can get rid of all those new quirks? Aizawa nods to himself, and the tension finally bleeds completely from him, presumably because he has a plan. Izuku has noticed that he seems to be most comfortable when he has a plan. Then Izuku freezes when Aizawa pins him with a hard look. Do you think you can manage that? Staying out of trouble for a few days? Izuku forces a sheepish smile on his face. No promises, but I'll do my best. A couple of days later, and Izuku is on the 20th page of the notes. There are hundreds, all of them filled with technical jargon that takes him a few tries to parse out each time. It means very slow going, which is especially frustrating for someone who was, in another dimension, considered to be one of the smartest people in Japan. He doesn't want to stop, though, not when there might be a way to remove his quirks. Well, more specifically that quirk. He remembers, gritting his teeth. He still can't describe the feeling it elicited, and he's not sure he wants to. The closest he can come is the way the radiation poisoning felt that night at All Might's. At least he knows it won't activate unless someone attacks him, but it still raises the question of why it didn't activate when he was attacked by the Numu. He's just puzzling over a conjugation. Is this meant to be in that tense, or a spelling error? When someone knocks on the door to his room. He looks up with a smile, relieved at the distraction. His smile widens when he sees that it's Yaoyorozu, Ida, Shinso, Todoroki, and Kirishima. Then his smile fades, because he finally notices the look on Yaoyorozu and Todoroki's face, feels the muddle of emotions. The former's jaw is set, and she wears her determination like a cape. The latter looks disgruntled, maybe a tad concerned, and annoyance is simmering just below the surface. Come in, he says, closing the window and shutting the computer screen. Yaoyorozu's eyes follow the movement, like she's thinking about interrogating him about what was on there. She doesn't, though, just nods and strides into the room. Todoroki makes a very loud, wordless statement the second he steps into the room. He comes over and coolly plants himself on the wall next to Izuku's bed. He's giving his friends a hard, judgmental look, which is one part nice, one part embarrassing. The rest all either sit or stand next to one side of the bed. Izuku watches their movements with his foresight, trying to gauge how this confrontation is going to go. "Hey guys," Izuku says, smiling weakly. "Hello," Yaoyorozu says. She must be their unofficial leader, then. "How are you?" Todoroki rolls his eyes. Izuku glances at him, but shrugs and says, "Can't complain." "You?" Yaoyorozu nods perfunctorily. Then she says, "Midoriya, I don't want to push you, but..." Todoroki tenses like he's thinking of saying something rude, but Izuku gently reaches out and touches his arm. He appreciates Todoroki's kindness, but this conversation has been long overdue. He's had enough time to process, to figure out what he's going to say and how he's going to say it. He aches at the thought of losing them to anger or mistrust, aches at the thought of them treating him differently, aches at the thought of telling them that he has to go. He takes a deep breath, and a cool wind sweeps over him, which he knows is his chameleon quirk, changing his skin to the pale whites of the hospital room, and says, "I'm from another dimension." Izuku's not sure what he was expecting. An exclamation of disbelief? Immediate denial? He wasn't expecting the blank stares, the numb confusion, like they can't comprehend the words he just said. He darts a look toward Todoroki, but the other teen is staring blankly at the ground. He can't get a read his expression, and there's a quiet buzzing under his skin where Todoroki's emotions should be. So Izuku uncertainly continues. "There was World War III in the dimension I come from. And because of that there was a nuclear winter, which led to everyone getting radiation poisoning and..." "You escaped here?" Yaoyorozu whispers, her face pale, voice shaky. Izuku shakes his head and corrects, "No. All for one, that enemy that I fought, he also came from my dimension. He stole some technology that would have saved lives. I tracked him here." There's a silence now, heavy and tense, that stretches like a blanket over all of them. Izuku still can't read whether or not they believe him, though, and he shifts uncomfortably on his bed. Then Shinso says, "Midoriya?" Izuku looks at him, reads the intent in his eyes. There's an apology there, but Shinsu's not backing down. He lets out a quiet sigh and responds, "Yes." Shinsu's quirk immediately puts him under, and he can feel himself becoming distant from his own body, removed. The other teen says, "Are you telling the truth?" "Yes." Izuku involuntarily responds, and then relaxes when Shinsu's quirk lets him go. He stretches his fingers reflexively as the others take that in. "Holy shit," Kirishima whispers. "Seriously?" Shinso asks, even though he just used his quirk to make sure Izuku was telling the truth. Izuku smiles a tentative smile. "Seriously?" "Holy shit," Kirishima repeats fervently. Yaoyorozu starts shaking her head slowly, then quicker, disbelieving. "That's impossible. That's impossible. How did you get here then? Why would he steal technology that could save lives? So little makes sense." "Actually," Ida says before Izuku can answer, "it kind of makes perfect sense." "No, you're right." Yaoyorozu is quick to correct herself. "It does make sense. You didn't even have a quirk, did you?" "I don't," he admits sheepishly, then frowns. "Or, I didn't. And to answer your earlier question, I have a portal gun that I use to travel from dimension to dimension." "Wicked." Kirishima breathes. "And what about my second question?" Yaoyorozu asks, leaning forward in her seat. "Why would that villain steal technology that could save lives?" Izuku grimaces. "Oh. There's a group of people in our world who think that because humans destroyed the planet, we deserve to die along with it. I didn't realize that the Dr. All for One was one of them until it was too late." "Why would they send you, though?" Ida demands. "No offense, but you're a child. Why wouldn't they send an adult?" Izuku makes a face at Ida. "Okay, first of all, the average lifespan in my dimension is 30 years old. We've all been genetically modified to mentally age at a faster rate than people from other dimensions. I'm technically middle-aged." 30. Ida whispers, horrified. "Second," Izuku continues, ignoring the exclamation, "I'm the one who helped him develop the technology, so it makes sense that they would send me to collect it." Well, you've got what you came for, Todoroki says suddenly, and although his voice is quiet, it pierces the clamor of voices like an arrow. Are you going to go back to your dimension? The other students hush into silence. They're all watching Izuku except for Todoroki, who hasn't moved from his position against the wall. He seems like he's 1,000 miles away, though. Izuku desperately wants to reach out to him, but he doesn't dare. The set of Todoroki's shoulders is too fragile. Yes, he admits, and it feels like he's just ripped his heart in two. This is the first time he's said it out loud, that he can't stay here. That he has to leave. I have to. This technology is going to save a lot of lives. What? Kirishima gasps. No, you can't. Izuku stares at him. It's my dimension. I have to. Please don't ask me to stay. Shinso gives him a pained look. Dude, you just said that you're dying of radiation poisoning. That SCKS. Can't you just drop off the stuff and come back? I might just say yes. You have a place here, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu tells him, her face full of compassion. We'd understand if you wouldn't want to leave your family behind, but I don't have any family left. I have nothing. Todoroki is quiet beside him, quiet and terribly distant. Izuku finally can't help it. He reaches out and touches Todoroki's arm. The other teen jumps, then turns and finally looks at Izuku. There's an unspoken accusation there, a deep sadness that feels like bereavement. Izuku's heart clenches and Todoroki looks away. Please don't ask this of me, he whispers. It's more to Todoroki than anyone else. Todoroki doesn't say anything. He just pushes himself from the wall and leaves. A day later, Toshinori walks into his hospital room, a grim look on his face. Izuku spots the solemn expression and sets his notes aside, heart plummeting. What's wrong? Has the doctor escaped from Tartarus? Is Tsukachi taking back his promise to allow Izuku to leave with the technology? Well, Toshinori says, wincing. First I want to apologize. She wouldn't take no for an answer, and who? Izuku demands, half rising from his seat. And then a familiar figure shows up in his door. Her face is rounder than he remembers, eyes aglow with health and vigor. Her hair is pulled up into a neat ponytail at the back of her head, and Izuku is undone, because the last time he saw her she was dead. He can see thin green hair splayed out on the pillow, eyes sunken in a sallow face. Mom, Izuku whispers. 5 years ago, the day started like any other. Inko had forced her son to eat some breakfast and sent him out the door with a bento and a cheerful goodbye. She had stayed late at work, but not too late. She was home by 7, giving her just enough time to cook dinner. Izuku hadn't been home by then, but that wasn't so unusual. Probably out chasing hero fights, she'd thought with a fond, exasperated shake of her head. That boy. She wonders, now and again, if she'd gone looking for him sooner, if she'd called him. But no. The theoreticals, the what-ifs and regrets, don't change the fact that he's gone. 8 o'clock had rolled around, and it was only then that Inko started to get worried, because what if he'd gotten hurt? She'd seen stories on the news of hero fight chasers ending up in the hospital, but Izuku was usually so careful. She'd called Izuku's phone then, hoping that he would pick up and sheepishly admit to losing track of the time. There had been no response. By the time 9 had rolled around, Inko was frantic with worry. She began calling everyone she could think of, the school, who said that Izuku had been in school today and had gone home at the normal time, Bakugo, who had seen Izuku briefly after school, but not since then, and the police, who had no reports of a civilian getting injured in a hero fight. Even calls to the nearest hospitals had turned up nothing. The next day, Inko finally called in to report a missing person. The police had seemed focused enough on the case, taking everything she said down word for word. That is, until Inko admitted that Izuku was quirkless. That had led to eyes rolling, assertions that they had seen cases like this before, and that he had probably run away and was just acting up for attention. Interest dwindled. As the weeks dragged into months, the police started asking pointed questions. Have you hit him? Why would he want to run away? Students were questioned, although without any real enthusiasm. Bakugo had quite literally exploded during an interrogation when someone had asked him if Izuku ever acted out or was violent due to his quirklessness. Through it all, Inko looked on in horror as very little effort was put into a manhunt to actually find her son. 5 years ago, Midoriya Izuku disappeared from the streets of Mizudafu, and the police happily swept his case under the rug. He was never to be seen again. And through it all, Inko felt as though she were stuck in limbo. How could she ever grieve when his body hadn't been found? He might still be alive, although the chances of that were extremely unlikely. He probably wasn't, but he might be. It was that thought that spurred Inko on, day after day. It was this thought that tore her apart, day after day. My son could be alive. That is until Inko, fixated on the news along with everyone else in the country, spots a head of very familiar green hair going toe-to-toe with a villain even All Might couldn't handle. She watches, rapt, as a person who looks very much like her missing son is carted away from the scene, looking halfway to death's door. She takes a deep breath, puts on her hat, fortifies her heart, just in case. And then she goes. "Mom," Izuku whispers, feeling 2 inches tall. Inko sways one small, hesitant step closer, her hand reaching up to clutch the door frame. All the color drains from her face, making her emerald eyes appear twice as bright, twice as wide. "Izuku," she breaths, and her knees buckle. Tashinori steps forward, alarmed, his arms reaching to halt her fall, but Inko pushes him away and plants her feet, shoves herself back into a standing position by sheer force of will. She takes another step forward, a steadier, determined one, and Izuku is unable to look away. There was one person in the entire world who loved him in his dimension, one person who understood him, if not his inventions. Home is not the same without her. He hasn't stood on solid ground since she died. "Mom," he repeats, his voice breaking. Tears fill her eyes. "Izuku," she repeats, and Izuku closes his eyes and puts his head in his hands, trying to hide the responding burn of his own eyes. "She's not your mom," he tries to remind himself, tries to pull himself back together when all he wants to do is run into her arms. "She's not your mom, she's as good as a stranger to you and you to her." Warm, comforting arms fall around Izuku's shoulders, and that is it. Izuku is an adult. Izuku has been an adult ever since he was given the responsibility of saving Japan, ever since he turned 11 and the Japanese government told him that he wasn't welcome back unless he retrieved that technology. He's joined mercenary groups, run from victims of a zombie plague, been put in a mental asylum, suffered under severe radiation poisoning. He's broken bones, been shot at someone else. But that doesn't stop him from falling to pieces in his mother's arms. He doesn't even notice when Tashinori takes his leave. He weeps. For the indignity of being forced from his own dimension, like they're punishing him in the doctor's place. For the doctor's betrayal, even after years of working together. For the physical pain of every bruise, every scar he's ever endured, and the mental anguish that he hasn't allowed himself to feel. For the friends he doesn't want to leave behind, for the monster that all for one created of a little boy out of sheer spite. For the woman holding him, whom he was never allowed to mourn. Runs her hands through his hair, shushing him despite her own tears, pressing gentle kisses against the top of his head. It's the closest he's allowed anyone to come in the past 5 years, and the tenderness of it only makes him cry harder. He never wanted the burden, the responsibility of the entire island nation of Japan. He never asked to wander aimlessly for years, bereft of a home and a family, forced to leave people behind wherever he went. He can't seem to stop crying, keening, too exhausted to even try to stop himself. At this moment, Izuku is just a little boy crying in his mother's arms. 10 minutes later and he finally stops, but only because he's cried himself to sleep. The odd man with the blonde hair comes in, looking as though he's aged 20 years in the span of those 10 minutes. He gives Izuku a weary, compassionate look, which instantly endears Inko to him, just a little. She carefully smooths Izuku's hair back from his forehead, ignoring the wet spot on her shoulder, and lowers him back to the pillow. She knows that this boy isn't her son. The man, Yagi, explained as much, but it doesn't change the fact that this is a Midoriya Izuku, and his mother is Midoriya Inko. He is in some way her son. He's been through so much, Yagi says quietly. He's never faltered, never complained. Inko nods in agreement. She doesn't know what this boy has been through, but she understands that he's been forced to grow up far too fast without any support or compassion. I'm going to ask him to stay. Yagi looks at her, then away, eyes hooded and weary. He'll never agree to it. I'll make him see sense, Inko promises. She has to make him see sense. Izuku wakes up and comes to the immediate, embarrassing conclusion that he cried himself to sleep on the Inko from this dimension. He groans and throws his arms over his face, salt from the dried tears rubbing against his bare skin. He's mortified with himself. Unprofessional. He'd meant to keep himself distant, to try and impress upon her the fact that he's not really her son. He's nothing like her son, who grew up safe and free from the life that has dogged Izuku since birth. How are you feeling? Izuku shoots upright, staring in surprise. Inko? Inko smiles at him. There are dark shadows underneath her eyes, and her emotions are muted and stretched, but she seems otherwise fine. Izuku drinks her in for a second, lips parted, before remembering himself. He draws himself up and carefully tucks his wistfulness, his desire to spill everything to her, underneath the surface. He takes a deep, fortifying breath and says, I'm fine, thanks for asking. Also, I'd like to apologize. Stop, Inko says, though her voice lacks any bite. She holds up a hand, and his eyes hone in on the movement for a second, then back to her face. She's smiling at him, open and kind, and the expression is so familiar it makes Izuku's chest clench despite himself. That man explained a little to me. There's no need to apologize. Izuku's mouth dries up. How much did he tell you? He told me that you were from another dimension, Inko says steadily, quietly. And that you're not my Izuku. The image of the Izuku from this dimension, trapped behind the viridian eyes of the Numu, appears in his head. He bites his lip and ducks his head. He can't bear to look at her. Did he tell you what happened to him? Inko is quiet for a second. Then she says, yes. Izuku looks up, desperate and miserable. I'm so sorry, this was all my fault. I can try to fix it. I don't know if I can, but there might be a way to. Stop, Inko says again, and he halts in his tracks. There's no judgment in her eyes, no anger, just compassion and understanding. Izuku, you're 15 years old. What happened to my son is not your fault, nor is it your responsibility to fix it. She reaches out and pushes his hair back from his forehead, and he's torn between flinching away and leaning into her touch. But he finally settles on forcing himself to stay still, tense as a bowstring. If you can help him, that would be wonderful, Inko concedes with a tilt of her head. But you shouldn't worry yourself over it too much. What the doctor did to you, what he did to my son, is not your fault. She hesitates and then looks away. For better or for worse, I've made my peace with what happened. They're quiet for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. Then Inko says, Izuku, I don't mean to overstep, but that I've heard a little bit about the place you came from. Have you considered staying? Izuku's head snaps around to look at her. Not you too. I can't. Izuku, Inko says, but he shakes his head, undeterred. I have responsibilities. I have lives to save, I can't. Izuku, Inko repeats. He stops, then looks away. Please don't ask me to stay. I can't stay. There are people counting on me and I can't stay. Why? Inko asks persistently, and despite her seemingly unending patience her voice is rising, anger beginning to churn, a boat rocking on a stormy sea. Why can't you stay? What's stopping you from dropping that technology or whatever off and staying here? You're not my mother, Izuku spits, and the flash of hurt that elicits is almost enough to stop him. This isn't my world. And that home of yours is? Izuku trembles to a halt. Yagi told me that it's been 5 years since you left. You are 15 years old. That's almost a third of your life. When was the last time you felt like you had a place to return to? Inko shakes her head, seemingly unaware of the buzzing beneath Izuku's skin, the static shattering the edges of his mind. You'll go back to your world and for what? Stop, Izuku says. He hasn't dared think it, what he'll do after he goes home. Because the technology is created, Japan will be saved. He will become superfluous. He has no mother, no doctor. No one. No, Inko says. Tell me why. Izuku wets his lips. I've done things I'm not proud of. I've killed people. I've hurt them. He grabs his shoulder where a long-healed scar lingers. Do I don't deserve. What? Inko demands. To be happy. To feel safe. Izuku grits his teeth and shakes his head, his eyes beginning to burn again. The thought tears at him, pulling up all the scabs in his mind. Didn't I cry myself out earlier? Izuku, Inko repeats, a warning note in her voice. Yes, he says, the admission ripping its way from deep within his heart. It's better if I go. It's better if I disappear. He shakes his head again, wraps his arms around his chest. I don't want to hurt anyone, ever again. Inko lets out a low, melodious sigh, and sinks back into her chair, tension bleeding from her shoulders. He hadn't even noticed that she'd risen to her feet. The silence sighs with her. For a moment, all is still. Inko watches him with her wide, dark green eyes, so similar to his. She says, don't you think that you've suffered enough? His heart shatters. He puts his head into his hands, not crying, not moving, just breathing. Every exhale steals a little bit of strength, a little bit of willpower. Please, he responds finally, voice barely a whisper, hating himself but unable to stop. Inko reaches out and rests her hand on his shoulder, presses their foreheads together, tender and motherly. He releases a shuddering, dry sob and continues to breathe. She smells warm and clean. She doesn't smell like his mom, but the scent is still comforting. And yet, 2 months later, Izuku steps from the portal, hiking his bag higher up on his shoulder. It's a much nicer entry than he had the first time, namely his arm isn't broken. He smiles and shakes his head at the memory of it, grudgingly amused at his own expense. He pulls his phone from his pocket. Not the fancy one that he took from his dimension, capable of picking up signals anywhere. It's a simple flip phone with an all-might charm hanging from it. He powers it up and lets out a sigh of relief when he sees that he has signal. Then, unexpectedly, the phone dings. Izuku frowns and opens the messages, scanning them quickly. Tsukachi, NK when you get back, we're ready to pick you up whenever. Sho Todoroki, call me when you get back. Inko, update. He reacted violently at first when he saw me, but then quickly calmed down. He seems happy whenever I stop by. Is this a good sign? Inko, also, let me know what your favorite food is. Yatoshi, we're all looking forward to having you back. Yamamo, please let me know when you return, we're all anxious to see you again. Izuku checks the date on his phone and snorts quietly. It's only been 2 weeks since I left. He can't quite suppress the fond hum in his chest, however. First things first, Izuku scrolls through his contact list to Tsukachi's name and hits call. Tsukachi picks up on the second ring. Midoriya? Hi, Tsukachi, Izuku says, awkwardly stuffing his hands into his pockets. Do you think you could give me a ride? Yeah. Of course, there's a rustling sound, and then the faint jangling of keys. Send me your location? Sure, Izuku responds agreeably. See you in a bit. Then he hangs up the phone and sends his location to the detective. That taken care of, Izuku busies himself with responding to the other messages. To Inko, he sends, probably a good sign. He only responded to me once. Also, I like Katsudon. To Yagi, he sends, just got back, Tsukachi on his way. To Yaoyorozu he sends, just got back. Looking forward to seeing you and the others. His thumb hovers over Todoroki's name and he bites his lip, nervous despite himself. Todoroki had been a constant, supporting presence at his side for the month before Izuku had left. He'd been there when Izuku had discovered how to remove his quirks, and had been his sounding board when Izuku had eventually decided to keep the quirk which allowed him to write on thin air. He'd been there when Izuku had almost collapsed after removing all of his quirks, the radiation poisoning returning with a vengeance. He'd been there when Izuku had torn all the radiation from his own cells, freeing him from his lifelong curse. He'd been there, constant and quiet and acerbically witty. As for his reaction to Izuku deciding to stay, well, the other teen hadn't said much besides, I'm glad that you decided to stay, But even those few words had made Izuku's heart flutter. And while Izuku is pretty oblivious when it came to emotions, he isn't stupid. Izuku takes a deep breath and hits call. Todoroki picks up on the second ring. Midoriya? Hi, Todoroki, Izuku says shyly. They're both quiet for a second. Then Todoroki says, I'm glad you're back. Izuku lets out a low, relieved laugh. Me too. Even his short stay in his dimension, a month for him, 2 weeks for this dimension, had been far too long. The government had been uninterested in anything except the technology and how to use it at first, but by the end of the 3rd week he'd noticed that they'd been starting to get ideas, suggesting that there were other things he could do, other ways they could reward him if he continued to work for them. He decided to take his leave after that point, and had destroyed all data regarding dimension travel for good measure. That's a secret he feels he should take to his grave. Someone is giving me a ride back to All Mights. Principal Nedzu offered you a place in the hero course, didn't he? Todoroki sounds beyond pleased. Izuku's smile widens and he scuffs his shoe in the dirt. Yet apparently defeating one of the worst villains of our generation merits some reward. As it should, Todoroki sniffs. Don't expect special treatment, though. Aizawa-sensei is going to make you just as miserable as the rest of us. Izuku laughs at that, bright and surprised at the unexpected humor. A second later Todoroki joins him, his chuckles low and melodious. I'll see you soon, Izuku says, and he feels giddy and half-drunk. On impulse he adds, missed you, you know? And everyone else. Yeah, Todoroki says, and though his face isn't visible Izuku can hear the smile in his voice. Me too. See you soon. Even though no one else is there, Izuku ducks his head to hide his blush, and then hangs up. He spends the rest of the time waiting for Tsukachi, texting back and forth with Inko, Yagi, and Yaoyorozu, getting updates on what's been going on. Yaoyorozu tells him that everything's back to normal with Jairu, which is a relief. Just before Izuku had left, Jairu had visited him. Apparently she was sad at Yaoyorozu and the others for disobeying direct orders from Aizawa and going to try and rescue Bakugo and Tokoyami. Where do we draw the line? Jairu had demanded, furious. Izuku was apparently exempt from her ire due to the fact that he was from another dimension. If we break one rule, what's stopping us from breaking all the rules? How do we limit ourselves? Izuku had conceded. She had a point. From Yagi, he learns that Endeavor has apparently been scouring Japan for the mysterious boy who took down All for One. Izuku winces at that, and silently vows to stay out of the man's way as much as possible. Inko's apparently been visiting the Numu every other day. He responds to her most of the time, watching her with doughy, fond eyes. There's not enough there to indicate that he's aware a mixed blessing, but Izuku is cautiously optimistic. There's a chance. Izuku lets out a slow breath. Sometimes, a chance is all that can be hoped for. He stuffs his phone back into his pocket when Tsukachi pulls up to the curb and rolls down the window. Hey, the detective says, beaming. Glad to have you back. We've all missed you. Hi, Izuku says, smiling shyly. I'd missed you guys too. He opens the passenger door and hesitates for a second, looking over his shoulder at the sprawling forest behind him. Then he huffs and turns his back on it, slides into the seat and closes the door behind him. He shoves his bag into the back seat, and then buckles himself in. You ready? Tsukachi asks, hands resting on the steering wheel. Izuku doesn't have to think about it. Yeah. I think I'm good.